And we are live. Yeah, I had to push the live stream back today because I told my wife to wake me up from my little nap and she didn't. And not even the alarms that I set woke me up. So you know I was tired. You know I was tired. And I have to be tired because I've been doing these episodes every single day. And this is episode 17 of World Cup Qualifiers Daily with your boy, Dominic Rich. How's everybody feeling, man? Nice to be back in the house again. And we're going to have some fun today where we're going to break down all these matches. We're going to predict the games coming up tomorrow. And we're going to do a comprehensive coverage of the 2022 World Cup Qualifiers, where we've already had one team qualified today in Germany and a few more teams eliminated. But before we get into today's episode, as you guys should know, some of you guys should know, or you may have seen that I've decided to bring Manscaped on board. They hit me up and they say, hey Dom, we like what you're doing and we want to jump on board. We want to send you out this wonderful product. Try it out and let us know what you think. And most importantly, let your viewers know how you feel about this product. And I feel really good. I have to be as genuine as possible with you right now. I feel really good about the product. I have something I have to read here, but I want to be as genuine as possible because when you read, it might sound like other people and I like to keep things original. But I have to say Manscaped is the real deal. Have to say that. But look, let's take a look here. You could see the Performance Package 4.0. And Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. This is the 4th generation trimmer 4.0, which means it has been upgraded from the 3.0. Because I was actually seeing ads for the 3.0 before. So the 4.0 is next level shit if you want to put it that way. So I recently became part of over 2 million men who trust Manscaped. And with the exclusive offer of 20% off and free shipping worldwide with the code Dominic Rich FC, this could be yours. This and more could be yours. So without further ado, let's get into the content. But do try out Manscaped. Your balls will thank you. With that being said, how's everybody in here feeling, man? Big up to the boy Thriller in the house who said he's already checked out Manscaped and already bought some ball products. I like that. Listen, we're talking football here. We are talking ball here. So I find like it was perfect to actually work with Manscaped. Definitely. So we have a lot to go through. We have a lot to go through and I don't want to delay it anymore because I've already delayed the thing. So let's not delay the thing anymore. All right, let's just get things going. I have a lot to go through. It's so much that is actually intimidating. Just want to put it out there. It is very intimidating. So let's go, man. Big up to everybody in the house, and we are gonna start things off with the AFC. And you guys know I like to scour the internet for these lovely little articles and just share with you and talk about everything surrounding international football and most importantly World Cup qualifiers. So with that being said, guys, I have something that I want to check out. I want to check out a little tournament that's going on right now that the world may not be know that's going on right now. You guys have no idea what's going on, over in South Asia. And with that being said, we are going to go and we are going to check out the South Asian Championship 2021. and just see what teams like India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives are up to. Yeah, I know you guys are not stoked about that, right? But the engine has to be warmed up, okay? So let's go. Let's do this. So, and the reason why I'm doing this, I have a very important stat to share with you guys. And you know, you got to warm things up. You got to warm things up. Big up to everybody in the stream, by the way. Make sure you smash up the thumbs up button. I did put up a poll on the stream. So make sure you actually vote in the poll and smash the thumbs up button as well. So let's go, man. Let's talk about this tournament right about now. And it's a 5-team tournament, South Asian Football Federation Championship. Maldives are currently the holders of the tournament, and they are currently on top of the table there with 6 points. Nepal a second with 6 points. India third with 5 points, and Bangladesh fourth with 4 points, and Sri Lanka at the bottom without a point. So, look, what is a South Asian? I almost said Southeast. South Asian football tournament. Let me make this a bit smaller because this is actually like all over the place right now. You know, God damn, you're embarrassing me, man. Come on, let me get rid of this table thing and actually bring up the tournament so we could actually know what's going on with the tournament and everything, right? I want to find out how exactly the tournament format is, if they have a semi-final and everything right about now. So you could see the 2021 South Asian Football Federation Championship. So the host selection on 11th April 2018, South Asian Football Federation decided to allow Pakistan to host the 2021 South Asian Football Federation Championship after the restoration of Pakistan Football Federation's membership by FIFA, and since it would be the country's first international tournament, right? But however, on 15th of September 2019, South Asian Football Federation President Qazi Salahuddin and General Secretary Anwarul Haq Helal, among with representatives of 7 member countries, decided to host the regional tournament in Bangladesh. This was to be the last edition to be held in even years, and it was decided that the subsequent edition would be held in odd years. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the tournament was postponed from its original date of 2020 to 2021. It was supposed to be held in September 2021. Later, Bangladesh withdrew from hosting due to COVID-19 pandemic and lack of sponsors, after which Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli asked all Nepal Football Association to initiate the process of hosting a tournament in Nepal. In July, the ANFA received an offer to host the tournament. Meanwhile, the Football Federation of Maldives submitted their bid to host the tournament. On August 9th, 2021, Maldives was declared as the host after an online meeting of the executive committee. And the participating team here, you could see the Pakistani Football Federation was sanctioned by FIFA in April of 2021. Hence, they were ineligible to participate in the competition. Bhutan initially abstained from participation as their government refused to permit the national football team to travel abroad. However, Bhutan's withdrawal was only confirmed when the fixtures were released on the 18th of August 2021. So a whole lot of mess going on in the tournament. It was supposed to be a 7-team tournament. Now it's a 5-team tournament, and it's hosted in Maldives. You see that the multi-island nation of Maldives. I don't even know where the Maldives are, man. Seriously. If you ask me where the Maldives are, I can't exactly pinpoint it on the map. So if you know where the Maldives are, please let me know. Let me know. So there will be group stages. You see, single round robin format where the top 2 teams advance to the final. This is what I was actually looking for. So right about now, Maldives and Nepal on top. They will go on to the final if it ends that way. And the winner, of course, will be crowned champions of South Asia. So where I'm actually getting at with this thing is I have a very, very important stat to share with you. And it's about a legendary player. Legendary player. But look, before we go on, man, big up to everybody in the house, man. Do appreciate the support. It hasn't been easy doing this thing every single day, just to gather the information and everything, and to go to work and to just package everything. It's I'm telling you, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. I do look forward to the challenge, and I've been actually pulling it off day by day. So if you're a supporter of the thing, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. So as I locate what I'm trying to look for here, yeah, I found it right now. It's a record, and it's no other than, got it for you right here, no other than the boy Sunil Chhetri. With the winner against Nepal, Sunil Chhetri has 77 international goals to his name. Equals Brazilian legend Pele's record, greatest ever goal scorer for India. He is not the greatest goal scorer for Asia because Ali Daei had the record, of course, that Ronaldo just broke. So, well done to Sunil Chhetri, man. He's been around a long time. He was actually the first footballer from India that I ever heard of, because when I used to watch the cricket matches, they had little commercials in between of Sunil Chhetri talking and things like that. And there's also another legendary Indian footballer by the name of Baichung Bhutia. So with those two, India do have some, royalty in terms of world football. So congratulations there to Sunil Chhetri on equaling Pele's record. And it seems as if, I have a feeling Sunil Chhetri actually wants to get to 100 goals, I think that's what it is. All the best, man. You got 23 more to go. And when you're playing against these minnows down in Asia, India minnow themselves, yeah, you actually gonna, maybe you could achieve that. So I have something to share with you here. The website is actually acting kind of weird, but this is serious stuff, and we're going to move on to it, where the Japan national team captain accuses Saudi Arabia fans of racism, and fans launch apology video campaign. All right, so very, very important in terms of Asia, where I had to really, look for these little news things, because not much news coming out of Asia, probably in a different language, and I can't find the proper information. So, look, the article reads, first of all, thank you, algolf.net. They say, we are thrilled to have you on our site. If you enjoy these posts, you have just found, kindly share it with friends. Your site is kind of weird, though, I gotta say that. So, Japan captain Maya Yoshida accused Saudi fans of making racist gestures in the match his country lost to the Arab host nation in the Asian qualifier for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar yesterday, Thursday. And that actually happened on Thursday. Saudis launched a campaign on Twitter under the hashtag "The Saudi Public Apologizes to Japan." And that was actually a grand gesture. That was actually very, very classy, I must say, because, racism is not only black against white, or, white against black. Black against white, right? White against black, or black against white, or Indian against black, or whatever. Whichever way racism is, all over. It's all across the board, you know what I'm saying? But as we know, it's the white on black is mostly publicized. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, Japanese felt like they were racially abused in this game. I don't know if they're trying to make an excuse for losing the game or something, but let's just take this one serious. An angry Yoshida exchanged words with some Saudi fans after the 1-0 defeat in Jeddah, after they laughed at him during a post-match interview. Footage filmed on mobile phones showed the Italian Sampdoria defender walking towards the fence, separating the fans from the pitch as he gave an interview, exchanging words with them, pointing his finger or index finger at them as they laughed at him. You sure he wasn't giving them the finger? I don't know. I wasn't there. He withdrew after being detained by a Japanese official before returning to explain his response to reporters. And he quotes, and I quote, "There were racist gestures," he said, quoted by the Japanese press, without specifying what form it was in. "It's hard to accept. It happened in the last qualifiers too. It's disappointing." A source of the Saudi Football Federation told AFP on Friday that the incident is purely individual and does not represent Saudi public, noting that the match monitor has not documented the incident and the player has not filed a complaint. The Saudi Federation account published a tweet of the Saudi National Team Audience Council account in Japanese on Twitter saying, "Thank you to the Japanese fans for supporting the two teams by flying the flag of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at King Abdullah Stadium. We also hope you will give your best in the next match," confirmed photos of Japanese fans in the stands during the match with flags of the two teams. With his loss, the Samurai team froze to 3. I don't know why this is like badly written like this. To 3 points in second in the group after starting a decisive role with a surprising loss at home to Oman after beating China. The four-time Asian champion, who has competed in World Cup finals in the past 6 editions, risk missing the World Cup for the first time since 1998. It's actually 98 and not 94, okay? Unless they restore the situation. They face Australia tomorrow. The leaders, Saudi, on whatever. This is badly written. I apologize on behalf of this website for the badly written. But you could see the video of Maya Yoshida here. It's right here. The video is right there. And you could see the Saudi fans. Yeah. Definitely. You see? Yeah, they're bugging out. Yoshida actually had to confront them. They are bugging out. They're definitely bugging out. See what I mean? I'm called definitely petty stuff by the Saudi Arabian fans there, I gotta say. So, how's everybody feeling, man? Big up to Jonathan Doru. Haven't seen you in here in ages. We have Nassim B in the house. Steve in the house. The boy AD in the house. Palomo. Thriller. It was probably a copy-pasted translate article, Dom. Yeah, probably. So, who else we have in here? Danny. How are you feeling, Danny? Nice to see you around these parts. Who else we have? Ilyas Abs. Dom, don't forget AFC qualifiers have started as well as the first round. First round. What you mean? What are you talking about? Explain. I don't get it. Cover story. People are interested in. Talk about unique players. Find some interesting articles. Do research. Who is that? Steve? Oh my God. Steve, man. Classic. But big up everybody in here, man. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate you guys joining. And, I had to start at 8:30, but had to push it back. And I hate doing things late. But if you have to, if it means doing the thing properly, that's what I had to do. So it's all about sacrifices, man. And I will sacrifice some sleep tonight to get this thing done. So I have one more thing to actually touch on from Asia before we do move on. And it's an article here. I have to actually move over to another page to share with you. So, yeah. Let's do this. We got more fire for your head tops, baby. All right. So, we got an article here that says the UK to grant visas to young female Afghan footballers. All right. So, the article is on Yahoo News. Remember when Yahoo used to be the big deal? No, nobody uses Yahoo anymore. Ellen Manning. It's a 2-minute read. So, let's go through this and read this 2-minute article. Dozens of young female Afghan footballers will be able to resettle in the UK after the government approved their visas. Girls from Afghan Women's Development Team had fled Afghanistan after the country fell to the Taliban in August and have been in Pakistan since then. But the temporary visas were due to expire and it feared that they would have to return. On Sunday, the government confirmed that they will be able to come to the UK. Right, that's a picture there. Members of Afghan's national girls football team at the Pakistan Football Federation in Lahore after fleeing following the takeover by the Taliban. That's a really good gesture, I must say. Really, really good gesture. Humanitarian style. You know, so a government spokesperson said, "We are working to finalize visas to the Afghan women's development team and look forward to welcoming them to the UK shortly. The government is committed to doing all it can to support those most in need, including vulnerable women and girls, and those at risk who have had to flee Afghanistan." The UK's evacuation operation helped over 15,000 people to safety including British nationals, Afghan locally employed staff, and other vulnerable people. Players from the Afghan junior women's team fled to Pakistan amid concerns for their safety following the Taliban takeover. After the fall of Kabul, players were warned by the national team's former captain, Khaleda Popal, to delete pictures of themselves playing on social media and to burn their kits to protect themselves from potential reprisals. All right, so that's actually the interview here, and with 6-minute interview. So if you want to go check out that website, the article over at Yahoo News, go check it out. On the UK offering amnesty of some sort to the women and young girls of Afghanistan's football team. The decision to allow the players and their families to resettle in the UK was welcomed by Suan Marie Gill, CEO of Rocket Foundation, which helped the women flee Afghanistan. She told the BBC, "This is fantastic news and we are most grateful to Prime Minister Boris Johnson and Home Secretary Priti Patel for this life-saving decision." She said those who had enabled the long journey included Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan, the former cricket great, the Pakistan Federation, Football for Peace, and Leeds United Football Club. So big up to Leeds as well. You know, their name is mentioned here. And this is just a lovely little article I found just to warm your hearts, just to mess with your heartstrings a little. We will have match day 4 predictions for Asia, and that'll be coming up later on in the segment. It's just that I like to run through these little updates and news articles that I find, and that's what the show is all about. You know what I'm saying? It's not a rush type show that I have to compact things into 1 hour because I'm worrying about who's gonna watch the replay, anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It's updates, staying updated with World Cup qualifiers, and those of you guys in here, that's what you're interested in, and that's what I'm gonna give to you. All right, it's not a popularity contest here. It ain't. We're in this for the long haul. So with that being said, we are going to move on. Big up to everybody in the stream. Do appreciate you joining. And we are going to move on to the Concacaf region. I have something fun to share with you. You're actually going to love this one. When I say you're going to love this one, you're going to be like, whoa, Dom. Whoa, that's nuts. That's nuts. And the fact that I said nuts, you know, once again, big up to Manscaped for hopping on and being part of the Rich Squad. Do appreciate that. And don't forget to check out manscaped.com. Get the right tools for your family jewels. Coupon code Dominic Rich to get 20% off your orders. All the links would be in the description box down below. Yeah, so we're going to move right on. And look at what I got to share with you. When I say you're going to love this, if you love this and you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so, okay? Because this one is a fun one. This is a fun one. 13-year-old Alex Key became the youngest player ever to appear in a professional American sports league this weekend. He he made his professional debut for Real Monarchs in the USL Championship. 13. I repeat, the man is 13 years old. Well, he's not even a man. What am I saying? He's not a man. The boy. And look at this giant of a boy. Number 85. How is he 13 though? Could somebody please explain this to me? How is he 13? I'm just simply trying to figure this out. I'm asking a friend, how is he 13 years old? He cannot be 13. He cannot be 13. I know these kids these days, they grow up really fast because I have a younger brother. He's about 17 years old. And I have to look him directly in the eye because he's probably taller than me by now. These kids grow up fast. Let's just put it that way. They grow up really, really fast this day and age. I think it has to do with something in the water. Oh, no. It has to do with something in the food. It's got to be the food. Gotta be the food because I don't have any other explanation for this. Seriously. It gotta be the food. So you could see a better picture of him right there. Alex Key. Okay. I have to do some more research on this kid, man. Seriously. Gotta do some more research on this kid. Alex Key. Let's find out some more about him. Where he's from and where he's actually gonna end up playing for in the future. Is this a next Freddie Adu situation? Is it? So the article is in on the Daily Star here. A British website, British online news outlet. Let's take a look at this article and read what this article says. Let's take a look at what this article says right here. USA football prodigy makes senior debut age 13, but fans aren't convinced of his age. I'm not convinced. Listen, I'm not convinced at all. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. Listen, I'm one of these fans that are not convinced. I gotta keep it real. Got to keep it real. I'm not convinced. I am 199% not convinced, and the 1% that's left from the 200 is the little, give him the benefit of the doubt. Alex Key became the youngest player ever to appear for a professional sports team in the USA when he turned out for Real Monarchs against Colorado Springs Switchbacks. An article by Gareth Bicknell on the Daily Star. So let's go. Let's take a look at this article here and see what it says. Come on, stop forcing me to sign up for things. Alex Key made history when he became the youngest player to appear for a professional sports team in the USA, aged just 13. Key featured for USL Championship side Real Monarchs in their game against Colorado Springs Switchback on Friday. The striker, born on December 30th, 2007, came on for Bobby Wood after the hour mark as the Monarchs were held to a 0-0 draw. Bobby Wood, goddamn, he was playing for the U.S. national team just the other day, man. Was playing for Hamburg in the Bundesliga, and I think Union Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. All right, get back to Alex Key. And while he couldn't help his side make the breakthrough, he did earn a place in the record books. But fans weren't convinced he was only 13 when the news of his feat emerged on social media, along with a picture of him, which sparked memes galore. Look at this kid. This kid is a giant. This kid is is he 13? God damn. Oh my God. He says yes. He says yes, he's 13. He definitely says he's 13 though. There's always that one lad in school who towers over everybody else after an early growth spurt. But some still found it hard to believe Key has been a teenager for less than a year. One fan posted, "How do you fellow kids meme?" Let me repeat that. I'm having some reading problems right now. One fan posted the "How do you do, fellow kids?" Oh, how do you do, fellow kids meme, picturing A character played by a then 55-year-old Steve Buscemi posting a high school student in U.S. comedy 30 Rock. Another meme to make an appearance was, "How old are you? Mother effer? You look 30," from the film Bad Boys 2. And plenty of fans reposted a picture of K as they shared their disbelief of his age. Sport Bible. Born on December 30, 2007, K became the youngest ever player to make a professional appearance in American team sports after he featured for USL Championship side Real Monarchs on Friday. Isn't this against like labor laws? You know what I'm saying? Isn't this like child labor or something like that? You see what I mean? Him at school. There's a meme here. Him at school right there. Yeah. The Steve Buscemi meme. Yeah, crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. Was he born on a leap year? People are making fun of the kid, man. Dude is at least 19, possibly older, another fan wrote, while another joked, was he born on a leap year? You having a laugh. Giza looks older than me, posted another. Another said, if he's 13, then I'm Elon Musk, which one simply tweeted, he's never 13, along with several laughing emojis. So this dude was born after Pokemon Diamond came out. I think I need a minute. People are really making fun of the kid on social media, man. Listen, what are your thoughts in the chat? Let me know. AVJ123, I'm not convinced at all. We need proof. We have Elias Abs, but to be frank, look at Lukaku when he was 11, 13. Yeah, he was big. What else we have? Dom, do you think they will do some tournaments in the summer of 2022? No. Is there any tournament scheduled? No, I don't think so. I think the AFCON is the only tournament next year, the major tournament. So, no, why? Why have a tournament when you have the World Cup coming up? You see what I mean? Why risk injuries and things like that, and you have the leagues coming up and everything? You see what I mean? So, yeah. When he have facial hair, he'll look older than me. Moderate Mapper in the house. How is it even possible to lie about it? Yeah, it's been done. It's been done. Age has been fudged up, especially a lot of African players and things like that in the past. Thriller says he looks 19. Not gonna lie. Andy Palencia. No way he is 13. Anybody remember Freddie Adu? Definitely. 13. Big cap. So thank you very much for your feedbacks here, man. Dom, they could do Nations League in the summer. Nations League is done during the international breaks, all right? So they won't do that. Definitely won't do that. So, look, I do have CONCACAF Match Day 5 to talk about, and we will get to that pretty soon. Just a side note on the CONCACAF region. The USA lost the game on October 10th. That was yesterday. They also suffered a loss back in 2017 on October 10th that was so detrimental that they actually missed out on the 2018 World Cup, right? And also on October 10th in 2015, they suffered another 3-2 loss against Mexico. And they had another draw on October 10th in the past. I think they had a couple of wins for matches played on October 10th in the recent past as well. They have played a lot of games on October 11th, which they have lost. But this October 10th date need to be avoided by the U.S. men's national team now in this day and age. Because how are you going to lose 3 games on October 10th in the last 6 years? There's something wild and fishy about that. Just want to put it out there. Just want to put that out there. Let me know your thoughts on the US's loss against Panama yesterday. And let me know if you think they will miss out on 2022 World Cup as well, just like they did the 2018 event. So with that being said, we will move on. I do have some things from Conmebol to touch on. We are running through these things very fast. We will get to the games. We will get to the nitty-gritty pretty soon. We will get to the part where we break down all the groups in the various confederations, and I let you know who I think will actually go on to qualify and who won't. We will give an update on the teams that has been eliminated already, and you'll be well informed and hopefully well entertained in today's live stream. So make sure you smash the thumbs up button if you haven't yet done so. We need 10 more likes to get to 50, and I will definitely appreciate it if you do so. So without further ado, let us move on. Let's get business continued here. So I have something to share with you here. Something a bit controversial. Yeah, some controversial things, man. You know what I mean? And it has to do with Diogo Maradona. But yeah, I think I'm kind of having some problem with this website right about now. This website is asking me to, register and things like that. So I'm gonna have to cancel that one. It's the Telegraph. Come on, man. I can't be thinking, but I'll get it from somewhere else. I'll get it from somewhere else because this is very important to share with you guys. Very, very important. I hate when these websites are actually forcing you to sign up. Stop it, man. You know what I'm saying? Hate it. So just give me 1 second. Hold a bit there. Hold a bit. So it seems like it's only the Telegraph that's all right. I got something. I got something for you. You know, if at first you don't succeed, just brush yourself off and try again, man, because there's more than one way to skin a cat. So this is an article surfacing on the late Diego Maradona. All right, Diego Maradona. Dom, where's your pop-up blocker, right? Where's your pop-up blocker, Dom? For this website that's going crazy on me right now. You see what I mean? Woman claims Diego Maradona seduced her when she was 16, got her hooked on cocaine, and bullied her into getting a boob job while still a teenager in TV interview. Wow. But you know the thing is, Diego Maradona is dead. So let the man rest in peace, man. You see what I mean? Let him rest in peace. Allegations against the footballing legends were made by Cuban Mavis Alvarez. She claims they first met when he was in Cuba, ironically for drug rehabilitation. Alvarez said she was approached by a member of Maradona's entourage. This led to a 3-year relationship between the pair, she said in the interview. During that time, she said Maradona got her hooked on cocaine and at one point flew the teenager to Buenos Aires in Argentina for a breast enlargement. Maradona, you're a wild boy for that, man. God damn. Football legend Diego Maradona seduced a former lover when she was age just 16 and then got her hooked on cocaine, she claimed. Cuban Mavis Alvarez alleges the former football legend then bullied her into having a boob job while she was still a teen during their alleged 3-year affair. She broke her silence about their relationship in a 4-part interview with TV station America TV. And that's Mavis Alvarez. Doesn't look like she had a boob job, though. Maybe she had a boob reduction after that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what it is. Let's take a look at some of these pictures here. See Maradona here, you know, is received by Cuban doctor Bernabe Ordaz, director of Psychiatric Hospital of Havana, shortly after his arrival in Cuba. 18 January the year 2000, Maradona, 39, was in Cuba to receive treatment for his cocaine habit 2 weeks after he was admitted to a Uruguayan private clinic after collapsing due to a drug overdose. The boy Maradona was a wild dude, man. Wild dude. Take you back down memory lane a bit there. And that is Diego Maradona and Mavis Alvarez in a photo shown on America TV during her interview in which she made accusations against the late football great. All right? So, yeah. Maradona and her in the background there. She knew what she was doing, guys. Definitely. You're not going to Me Too Maradona like that. I have something else to add. I do have something else to add to that just before we do move on. All right? I do have something else to add on that before we do move on. I don't want to go through all these, and really don't want to go through all this. You know what I'm saying? But just to finish this article, blonde hair Mavis, now 37, said Diego introduced me to drugs when I was still 16. It was the biggest mistake of my life. Imagine going to Cuba to help you with a drug problem and you end up using drugs while you're in Cuba. Oh, man. Terrible. Terrible, man. She said she kept their relationship secret for so long out of fear that her family, who still live in Cuba, would be persecuted by the regime led by dictator Fidel Castro. Ooh. Ew. She told interviewer Mario J. Penton how she fell for the you hear that? How she fell for the hand of God star who died last November, age 60, when he was in her homeland in September 2000. He was ironically doing a drug rehab course, and a member of Maradona's entourage approached her before the pair had a 3-year affair. She said, he spent more than an hour convincing me that it was important to help Diego. Wow. That he was a world famous figure, a friend of Cuba, and he was depressed, and I finally accepted. Wow. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. But this article is way too long. I'm not gonna go too deeper into this. I'm not gonna do that to you guys. And I just wanna add that a lot of the age of consent, age of consent in a lot of these countries are like 15 years old, 16 years old, and things like that. So I'm pretty sure it was totally legal what Maradona did. Maybe not moral, but legal, if you understand what I'm saying. If it was in the USA, definitely illegal. He would be labeled what you call it there, child molester, and he'll have to register for life. So what he did is probably most likely legal. It's Caribbean. In St. Vincent, the last time I checked, the age of consent was actually 15. And just to give you guys some more confirmation of that, my mom was only 15 when I was born. 15. Okay? My mom was born in 1971. 1971. She was actually 16, I think. Yeah, she turned 16. She turned 16 the year I was born. She was born in February, and I was born in January. So she was 15 when she had me. It's crazy, right? Oh, man. Oh, I got to have a talk with my dad about that. But, yeah, that's what it is. So, don't, crucify the man. Definitely. A lot of these articles always come out when, someone passed away and they try to, defame the image, further defame the image of someone when they pass on. So I have something else to share with you, and it's also on Diego Maradona. So let me just locate it and then we'll move on. And as I mentioned, guys, we are going through the various confederation articles, the news articles, the updates, and things like that. And we are doing this just before we talk about the matches and get into the nitty-gritty of things. So I have something else to share with you, and this is on another Diego Maradona thing. Okay, there's a movie on Amazon Prime Video UK, Maradona Blessed Dream official trailer. It's 2 minutes 55 seconds. To be completely honest, I don't know if it's legal to actually share this with you. I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike or anything. I don't think you get copyright for the last time I checked for trailers though. But we're going to do a little sneak peek, man. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it and see what's going on there. All right. All right. All right, that's enough. That is enough. That is enough. No more. I don't want to get that copyright strike there. Fair use, Trilla. I know, but still. Go on over to YouTube and check out that trailer. And if you have Amazon Prime, check out the movie. I don't know if it's available in America, though. I don't know. I do have Amazon Prime, so I have to check that out. So, big up to everybody in the stream right about now. Let me give some shout-outs. Moderate Mapper, Johnny Longs. My dad has 18 kids. Oh, my God. Jesus. Philip M. It's a boy, Dominic Rich. Thank you very much for coming through, Philip M. It's 18 in Belize. Big up to Johnny Longs. I didn't remember you actually are from Belize, though, Johnny Longs. So, thanks for tuning in. Definitely. Appreciate that. Mr. Fotis Kafentzis in the house. How are you doing? Man City fan here. Denmark another win and they qualify for the World Cup. Indeed. What else we have here? Who else we have here? Ivan Yu. Japan is in danger of missing out too. Big up to Ivan Yu in the house. Big up everybody in the house, man. You guys are legends. Definitely. Without a doubt. So that's something to share with you here. And this is from Conmebol. All right. So let's just get this over here. And this is an article here from Wikipedia. All right. Let's go. List of men's footballers with 100 or more international caps. But the headline is, last night, Diego Godin played his 150th game for Uruguay. He became just the third Conmebol player to reach that milestone after Lionel Messi, 155 for Argentina, and Ivan Hurtado, 168 for Ecuador. So let's take a look at the list. This is the list, and you guys are going to learn as well. I'm going to be, updated on the list as well on the most capped players in world football to date. Lovely stuff, right? Lovely. If you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. And let's just go into this briefly before we move on from South America. I do have one more thing to share from South America. So you guys just take a couple seconds to soak that in. Soak it up. You know what I'm saying? Just soak it up. Soak that up. Soak that up. Do have one more thing to share with you here from South America. And it's about another South American legend, of course. So I just need to upload that picture of the legendary player first. And then, yeah. All right. So let's go through this list here. Beda Al-Mutawa of Kuwait. 186 caps. Whoa! This guy is still playing. He last made an appearance for Kuwait on the 4th of September 2021. From 2003, an 18-year-old career. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How old is this guy? Let me just click on this guy. This guy's only 36 years old. He started when he was 18. How is Kuwait playing so many games, though? Who are they playing against? I just want to know. This man must have played every game for Kuwait from 2003 to now. I got to look into that some more. Ahmed Hassan, Egypt, 184 caps from 1995 to 2012, 16 years. Ahmed Mubarak of Oman. He was just playing at the... he actually played at the 2019 Asian Cup. I think his name is Al Muhairi. He has a couple names, man. Legendary player, 82 caps. I was actually surprised he wasn't still involved. And you know who is still involved? Cristiano Ronaldo, 181 caps from 2003 to today. You see what I'm saying? The 9th of October, 2021. He's going to be playing one tomorrow for Portugal. 18 years. Cristiano Ronaldo. If you're in here and you're under 18, Cristiano Ronaldo's been playing before you were born. You see what I'm saying? It's mind-blowing. Sergio Ramos, Well, he's not featuring in the Spain national team these days, but 180 caps. Mohamed Al Dayer of Saudi Arabia, the legendary player as well. He has 178, tied with Claudio Suarez of Mexico. And Gigi Buffon has 176. Maynard Figueroa, who got sent off yesterday in the Honduras versus Mexico game, has 176 in an 18-year-old career. Gigi Buffon's career is actually 20 years. I almost said 100 years, though. 20 years. Hossam Hassan, 20-year career, 176 caps as well. Amir Shafi of Jordan, still playing. Still playing. Well, he played in 2021 at least. This is amazing. Andres Guardado, 172 caps. He's been around forever. Shakur Saleh for Malaysia, 1970 to 1981. How are you going to play 172 games in 11 years? That's a lot. That's a lot of games packed in there, though. And it brings us to the region of Diego Godin, you know. Hurtado, 168 caps for Ecuador. 22-year career, man. That's probably one of the longest careers there. 22 years. It's amazing. You have a Latvian player as well by the name of Vitalijs Astavies. Iker Casillas. Kobe Jones is on the list, 164 caps. He's the all-time leading caps for the USA. And just going through the list really quick. Mr. Young Chimadzi of Malawi. He had a 15-year-old career as well. Essam Al-Hadari. He was the legendary goalkeeper that was about 40-something for Egypt when he, you know, appeared at the World Cup. Oldest player, I think, to play at the World Cup. Landon Donovan. You have Martin Ream for Estonia. You have Hassan Al-Haydos for Qatar, who's still playing. Salman Issa for Bahrain. Sami Al-Jaber. Lionel Messi. 155 caps. 16 years he's been playing for Argentina. Michael Bradley. And I think the names in bold are still presently available to play for their national team. I don't know if Michael Bradley will get another appearance for the USA, but yeah. And then you have Diego Godin, the latest to hit 150 caps, tied with Lothar Matthäus of West Germany and Germany. So thank you very much for, you know, dealing with that one. Do appreciate everybody who is in the house right now. And look, just yesterday, our boy Lionel Messi was given an award by the Asociación del Fútbol Argentina for the great work he has been doing with the Argentina national team. As you could see, Messi kissing the Copa America trophy. Big achievement for Lionel Messi, man. You know what I mean? Probably some type of lifetime achievement award or something. The man is a freaking living legend. Yeah, so just figured I'll share that picture with you. This is a nice picture too, though. This is a really nice picture of Lionel Messi, who has aged very, very gracefully, I must say. You know what I mean? Because Messi, guys, admit it, Messi used to look a bit weird without his beard and his mustache and things like that, right? The clean face, the baby face, Messi was a bit, you know, look kind of freak of nature kind of guy. And he is a freak of nature, but still, you get what I'm saying. So, look, we got to move on. We've been live for 53 minutes. Still early. Got a lot of things to go through still. I think we're doing well in terms of time, though. I think we're doing very well. And I'd like to take the time again to big up everybody in the house. Smith Yoon, how are you doing? How are you doing? Raju, big up to you. Who else we have in here? Who else we got up in the house that I haven't shouted out yet? It's all about you guys, man. It's me, Sadie. How are you doing? It's all about the subs. It's all about the subs. Couldn't do it without you. Definitely couldn't do it without you guys. So what we gotta do, let us talk about something that we haven't been giving any attention at all. Okay? And I have to give this one some attention. Gotta give this one some attention. And let me just gather this really quick. And we're going to talk about a specific national team who has not been, getting any attention at all. And we have to talk about this team because if we talk about World Cup qualifiers, we have to touch on this team. Could anybody take a guess who this team is? Let's take a guess. Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. Let's go. Let's talk a bit about the New Zealand national football team, the All Whites. Let's shine some light on New Zealand here really quick. Click on their matches and see what they've been up to. New Zealand have only played one game in 2021, and that was a 2-1 win. 2 days ago, not yesterday, 2 days ago against the Curacao national team. So we click and we find out what happened here. They don't even have any information. No information. I could get the information for you right now, but I just wanted to do that because from there, so that I could get all the other matches and we could see what New Zealand are actually up to, because they are the strongest team from Oceania and they are most likely to qualify for the World Cup from the region. So the game against Curacao, Bill Tuiloma scored in the 9th minute, and then Chris Wood of Burnley in the 33rd, and then Rangelo Janga pulled one back for Curacao in the 72nd minute. So Curacao is currently managed by Patrick Kluivert, if you don't know. And the New Zealand national team is managed by Danny Hay. So hope you learned something. Hope you learned something today. And let's just take a look at what Curacao. New Zealand have been up to. 2019-20. How many games they played, if any? They played 2 matches. Against the Republic of Ireland and against Lithuania. Both games they lost. So that's not enough games at all, though. They've played 3 matches in the last 2 years. That's not good. And they do play against Bahrain, I think coming up tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. In the 2017-18 season, though, and as you could see, they didn't play any games for the 2018-19 season. There's nothing here from 2018-19. So this could be a bit, worrying for New Zealand fans when they potentially get to the intercontinental playoffs, where they have not been playing enough matches. I think they did play at the Olympics as well, but the Olympic Games not listed on here. So that is just something to note. But they have not been in great form at all. Not at all in terms of their last couple of games. You see, when they meet the better opponents, remember they did play against Peru for the Intercontinental Playoff last time for the World Cup there, and they lost 2-0 on aggregate. So, yeah, that's an update on New Zealand. And let me know if you guys think if they'll make a return to the World Cup for Qatar 2022. It would be awesome to see them. It would be definitely awesome to see them. Remember, New Zealand qualified for the 2010 World Cup and did not lose a single game. They drew their 3 matches. And let's just rewind to the 2010 World Cup right now. Let's go to the 2010 World Cup and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So you could see the FIFA World Cup 2010, a 1-1 draw against Slovakia, a 1-1 draw against Italy, and a 0-0 draw against Paraguay, knocked out without losing a game. Awesome stuff. Awesome. Pretty damn freaking sweet. So we're going to move on from the New Zealand national team, and we are going to move on to CAF, where I do have some eliminations to share with you guys. As soon as I could locate these latest eliminations. Okay? So just give me a second. Let me locate this. I got it. Big up to Pete Von Pete as well for updating these things. All right, so let me get the eliminated countries for you right now. The latest countries from Africa to be eliminated. All right, alarm, chill. Angola, Malawi, Mozambique, Liberia, Djibouti, Mauritania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Sudan have all been eliminated from World Cup qualifiers. Just so you know, just a quick update on that before we get over to CAF. We will talk about CAF pretty soon in terms of the update on the World Cup qualifying matches played yesterday and today, and talk about the matches that's coming up tomorrow. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go into the last segment of the the news, where we touch on UEFA, and I do have some articles from UEFA to share with you guys, and I'm going to try to run through these as quick as possible. It's not a lot to actually talk about for a very, very long time, but I do have some very important things to share with you guys. And there'll be more tomorrow as well. I have some things here that I haven't really, written down to talk about, but I will talk about that tomorrow. So first big announcement from UEFA. Let me get that on screen right now before I talk about anything else from UEFA. Germany, with their 4-0 win against North Macedonia, have qualified for the 2022 for the 2022 FIFA World Cup, becoming the first team apart from Qatar to do so. So that's it. Full-time 4-0 to Germany over North Macedonia. We're going to Qatar, officially qualified for World Cup 2022. And I was actually around my dinner table watching about three games at a time, 3 European games, including the Germany game, the Croatia versus Slovakia, and the Slovenia-Russian game, right? And I did not have the volume up on the German game. And when it happened, I didn't realize that it actually happened. I was like, okay. And it's like a half hour later, I was going through some things and I'm telling my wife, like, whoa, how I didn't realize that this happened. And I actually had to go outside to make this video really quick in the car. And the reason why I went in the car is I wanted to give it that natural feel. You see what I'm saying? You know about that natural feel. Go out in the car and just, let the wind hit you and things like that. And let's talk about, and to commemorate the German team winning their game and qualifying for the World Cup. And I will be doing that for every team that qualifies for the World Cup, simply because I'm the World Cup man. Me. Big up to the boy Michael, talks football as well, and Football Pharaoh, who are also big World Cup qualifier men on YouTube. I don't see much other people doing a comprehensive coverage of international football and World Cup qualifying like myself, Michael, and Football Pharaoh does. We got to link up one day. All 3 of us definitely have to link up. So guys, if you're in here and you haven't yet, smash the thumbs up button and make sure you do so. I did put up a poll and we have 99 votes in the poll, but we only have 55 likes. So people voted that, yes, Dom, I appreciate the content, but they didn't read. They didn't read and say, have you liked the video yet? So we have 100 votes, but only 55 likes. Smash up the like button, guys, if you haven't yet done. So I think it did help. It did help the likes. So I do appreciate that. I think Denmark will be in if they win tomorrow. Yes, Denmark will qualify if they win. And Belgium could also qualify without kicking a ball this October international break as well. So I have a few more things from UEFA to actually share with you. So, I have more from tomorrow, but I don't want to touch on them right now because I don't have them written down. So I'll just wait until tomorrow to share some more things from Europe. All right. So I have something very, very important to share with you. And this is probably one of the most serious things I have to share with you from the UEFA segment of the episode, which is episode 17 of World Cup Qualifiers Daily with your boy, Dominic Rich F.C., brought to you by Manscaped, where, they are the best in below the waist grooming, quality products head on over there. Use the coupon code Dominic Rich to get 20% off your orders. There's a wide array of products over there you could check out, and it makes for a great gift for yourself, for a loved one, or a friend. Manscaped. Your balls will thank you. And talking about ball, talking about football, let's get back to this article here. But before we do, big up to Dave Valensky for dropping a $4.99 super chat, and he asked, do you think that a penalty in the end of the Turk, do you think it was a penalty? Well, look, and that's why it's important. Let me get big. That is why it's important that I took the time and I had to push the live stream back to watch all the goals. I think I caught almost all the goals. I may have missed a few goals for some of the less important matches, like some of the goals from the Iceland game. I missed some of the goals. I didn't get all the goals, right? I saw this when it happened. Burak Yilmaz was pulled down. He was pulled. And in a crunch World Cup qualifying game like this, you got to give a penalty. You got to give a penalty. You see what I'm saying? Once there is contact in the box, denying a clear goal scoring opportunity, you got to give a penalty for that. So that answers my question, Dave. Do appreciate the super chat, man. And when to talk about that whole situation in the Turkey versus Latvia game, I do have a great up-to stat to share with you guys. The last time Turkey beat Latvia was in 1924. Remember, the first game between Turkey and Latvia ended in a thriller, a 3-3 thriller. It has been 35,527 days since Turkey has defeated Latvia, and it took a last-minute penalty from Burak Yilmaz for that to actually happen. And it was so important that it brought tears to Stefan Kuntz's eyes, the new manager, the new German manager of the Turkish national team. So I have something to share with you. I know I'm going a little off. You know, I have my article to hit you with, but I have to share this, man. I have to share this because a boy Dave dropped the super chat, and we gotta acknowledge the super chat, and we actually have to go into what he's talking about a little bit more. You see what I'm saying? So this is Stefan Kuntz after the win. This is him after the win right there. The man is, oh man, listen. This is serious business, you know. This is serious business. Let me just make this clear. This is serious business. This is serious business. These guys are passionate, and I think if Turkey had lost this game, they could have probably kissed a potential playoff spot goodbye. They're still in it, and it's because of this win. So it's important for Stefan Kuntz, newly appointed. I think they picked up a draw against Norway, right? And to get a win here, 4 points in your first two games, it's very big. If he's able to pull off something miraculous and take Turkey out of this slump from the Euros and after, and help them go through the playoffs and qualify for the World Cup, they might as well give him a key to Istanbul. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, big up to Paloma, man. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. And moderate map a good Dom sponsorships. Make sure you guys support the thing. Make sure you guys go and check out the website. Buy something. You see what I'm saying? Just buy something. Use the code Dominic Rich to do so. There's the Performance Package 4.0, the Lawnmower 4.0. That's the package that was sent to me, and that's a package I used, and I was thoroughly impressed with the product. And if I wasn't impressed with the product, nah, I won't talk about that. I'll tell them, nah, I can't do this. But I actually was sent the product early, priority shipping. It got to me like 2 days after the Manscaped representative hit me up. And I actually let the product sit for a couple days because I was thinking about it. I was thinking about how I'm going to execute this. How am I going to do this? I've never done no type of big sponsorships or anything on the channel before. And how am I going to execute this thing? And I thought about it, and then I used it, and I was like, Jesus. I was blown away. I was blown away because, guys, I'm a man. You see what I'm saying? And I got the family jewels and things. And in attempts to take care of the family jewels and keep it well landscaped, I think that's where the name comes from, I used to hurt myself. You see what I'm saying? But when I used the Lawnmower 4.0 shaver, I was actually trying to see if I could hurt myself with it. I had it and I was like, doop, 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 doop. And I'm like, wow, amazing. But before, when I used the shaver that I used to shave my head, to shave my family jewels, as soon as I do this and I make a little mistake, oh, I was like, oh my God, oh, I'll cut myself. Blood. You know the movie, There Will Be Blood? Yeah, there was blood. So big up to Manscaped, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate them reaching out, showing the channel some love. So with that being said, we're definitely gonna continue here. Big up to the boy Stefan Kuntz. His name is Stefan Kuntz and not Kuntz, okay? Just remember that. Just remember that. Stefan Kuntz. Okay? Let's take a look at Stefan Kuntz before we move on. Man, teary-eyed, man. Relief. Relief. It's like if the Turkish FA told him, if you don't win this game against Latvia, you know you're getting sacked, right? And that could be detrimental to your career. So you better get it right. You better get things right. You better get it right. But let's get back to this, man. Italy to test new offside rules? Question mark. According to Sky Sports Italia. All right, before I do, let me just put this back up there and get this thing going. According to Sky Sport Italia, FIFA proposing modifications to the offside rule, and they could be tested in Italy during the under-18 matches. The plans would allow for a window of space between the body of the striker and defender, rather than current extremely slender gap that is highlighted by VAR reviews. And I repeat, the plan would allow for a window of space between the body of the striker and defender, rather than the current extremely slender gap that is highlighted by VAR reviews. It comes after protests about the so-called armpit offside rulings, which disallow goals that do not have a genuine advantage for the forward. The same report suggests that Italy have offered themselves as guinea pigs to test out the new system in the under-18 Primavera tournament from next season. It was Italy that first tested out the VAR technology too before it was adapted throughout European football. And you could see the news right there, and there's been a lot of controversy over the whole offside rule. So that's something I figured I'll share with you guys, because we know we had a big controversial and dramatic offside in the Nations League final that we're going to touch on pretty soon. But something has to be done. Something has to be done, and UEFA definitely taking steps on rectifying that situation. So with that being said, I do have something to talk about in terms of that said game, and I'm going to actually bring it up right about now. So let me see. I have this to share with you. Hopefully, I won't get a copyright strike for this, but I doubt I will. I doubt. So let's go. It's a video from Sky Sports. We're just going to take a look at this. I actually have to let me put on my headphones to see if I could hear this, because I'm not hearing anything right now. Let me just see something. I doubt I'll hear anything though. But just give me 1 second there. All right. So okay, let's go. Let me see if I'll actually hear anything here. But you guys let me know if you're hearing anything, okay?
Now, technically...
Yeah, let me know if you're hearing anything, because I'm not hearing anything. Let me actually switch this thing to my headphones and then I'll hear something. All right.
The laws are...
Okay. Guys, let me know if you're hearing something. Let me know if you're hearing. Talk to me. Let me know if you're hearing this this clipping right now. All right, we can hear you. Okay. Let me know if you can hear the article, not me. The article. Let me know if you could hear the man on screen talking. All right, yes, sounds crispy. All right, let's go.
The game, was it the right decision?
Well, technically, I have to.
Before I do move on, this is Dermot Gallagher on Mbappe's goal. All right, so Dermot Gallagher is a referee, and in an English referee, and he has something to say on the Mbappe's offside goal, and this is what he said.
Say yes, Rob. What I would say is that you asked me many, many moons ago, is there anything I don't like in the laws of the game? And I would think a lot of people are on my side here. Without doubt, Mbappe's in offside position. Is offside position an offence? No. You then go, does he impact on the defender? Many people will say yes because of where he is. He forces Garcia to play the ball. But the law says if Garcia decides to play the ball on his own, which he does, he gets a flick on the ball because he miscontrols it or doesn't clear it. It goes to Mbappe, and Mbappe is deemed onside, and that's how it progressed. The only thing I can say, Rob, is, the VAR has to look at that. He goes through that process. He sees the touch by Garcia. He decides that Garcia goes to clear the ball, and therefore it falls into that caveat. What you would say is, if the VAR wasn't there, it still would have been a goal because the assistant didn't flag on the day because it was so tight. So there's a lot of distaste about it for people, but in law, it is absolutely correct.
So technically, Dermot, it was a goal, but ethically?
Well, technically, definitely a goal. For me, I don't like the rule, but as a referee, I have to apply the rule. That's how it is. Stuart Atwell, the VAR, he would have looked at that. He would have seen, as I say, Garcia. There's no doubt Garcia goes to play the ball.
Anyways, though, yeah, this thing has footage. We're not gonna go deeper into this. I didn't even realize that it has footage. Oh my god. I was watching the thing and I'm like, whoa, Dom. Whoa, what are you doing there, Dom? This thing has like clear footage of the freaking game. I'm definitely gonna get a copyright strike for this one. So when this goes to processing, copyright strike. No, not a strike. Maybe just a flag. I actually have to, put this stream, unlisted and then cut it out. Because if I don't, I'm definitely going to get it picked up. But while I'm streaming, it's fine, though. So let me done with that. You guys get the point. I should have actually just paused when the guy said, when it started showing the footage. But let's hope it doesn't get pulled up. Let's hope. Let us hope. But it should be fair use. You see what? That's what I don't like about YouTube, man. That's what I don't like. There's some things I just don't like, man, because I don't like it. Just want to put it there. I don't like it. You're supposed to be able to analyze things. You see what I mean? Like, for example, my channel, I could apply to be able to analyze games and things like that, and they would say, okay, all right, we actually approve you or we don't approve you, and things like that. You see what I mean? So I do have something to share with you guys, but I don't want to. I think I'll save this for another time. This is long. This is very, very long, and I don't want to be super, super long. I don't want to be long, but this is not that important in terms of World Cup qualifying. But I thought it was an actually interesting article to share with you guys, and it's this article. James Adcock. Oh, what a name, right? Referee shares his story on National Coming Out Day. National Coming Out Day. Let's go. National Coming Out Day. And what a name. Adcock, right? Adcock. And football referee James Adcock speaks to BBC's LGBT Sports podcast. He says, I'm very appreciative of the fact that I'm an openly gay man in football. James Adcock is a familiar figure in the English game, having refereed more than 500 matches in a career that has taken him from amateur level all the way to the Premier League. In an exclusive interview with the BBC's LGBT sport podcast to coincide with National Coming Out Day, Adcock has been reflecting on his time in the game and explaining why now is the right time to open up about his sexuality. He says, referees aren't robots. We're not the bad guys of football. With a childhood love for a football and a father who officiated in the Football League, perhaps it was inevitable Adcock would find his way into refereeing. Well, his father officiated in the Football League, okay? All right. When I started to get into it, it was like, whoa, this is the journey I'm going to take, he tells BBC Sport. My whole life has revolved around sport and fitness, so to get into refereeing was following in my father's footsteps. Adcock, 37, initially combined officiating with his job as a PE teacher. Same thing Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is currently doing. Then, in 2016, he was appointed to the EFL's Select Group 2, making him a full-time referee who took charge of matches in the Championship as well as acting as a fourth official in the Premier League. In many ways, it was his dream assignment. Referees aren't robots. We're not the bad guys of football, Adcock says. We take in the passion, we take in the drama, we take in all the feelings of football a football fan would. The best moments are walking out to the crowds on the opening day at Christmas for the last game of the season when it means something to a certain club. This is the best sport in the world and we enjoy that just as much as anyone else. And you could see him right there for Crystal Palace, working in the Premier League as a fourth official. And yeah, it's a while ago though. People know I'm gay and just accept it. I'm fortunate for that. As a child of the 80s and 90s, Adcock was used to hearing the same tired stereotypes that people who love sport couldn't be gay as well. Adcock, who is from Long Eaton in Derbyshire, didn't come out until he was 27, but his experiences within the game have been nothing but positive. And I quote, As I was going from part-time to full-time in football, some knew and some didn't, he says. Now all my colleagues know, and it's just the norm. And to be honest, there's been inches from colleagues saying, I'm proud of you, James, that you are able to be openly gay in sport because they know the barriers are still in place. They're fully supportive and don't change the way they are around me or the way they speak to me because they thought I was... because they thought I was a heterosexual guy and now they find out I'm a gay guy. Quoted from James Adcock. I don't want nobody to quote me and clip it and think I'm saying I'm gay, okay? Because I'm not gay. And nothing wrong with being gay, okay? Just want to, I don't have any problem with that. I don't need to wear a t-shirt saying I'm James Adcock and I'm gay. People just know and accept it. I've not had any homophobic abuse thrown at me, and I can tell you a story where I've had to combat, and I can tell you a story where I've had to combat or overcome that. All right, so that's just a little piece of that article here, and I don't want to go deeper into that. Definitely don't want to go deep into that. So Thriller says Adcock and BBC in the same article. I know, right? I know. Please stop saying Adcock. I can't take it. Yeah, man. But guys, I have a question for you, man. I have a question for you. Big up to everybody in here. Who do you think would actually come out as the first openly gay footballer in a top flight league? Who could you picture actually coming out as that? Just for fun. Just for fun. Let me know who you think. And I'll let you know one player I think could actually, I'm kind of suspicious of. Just let me know who you think. Let's have a little fun here. But yeah, man, respect to everybody and, treat everybody like human beings. Let's just put it that way. You guys should know my stance on all these things. And Thriller says probably a Spurs player. Any more comments on that before we do move on? Talk to me. We have a big one to talk about, you know. We have something real big to talk about before we move on to the matches. A big one to talk about. So while I gather that, make sure you drop your comments in the chat. Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. Let me just get rid of a few things that I have here that I don't need to have around here anymore. That's going to be basically confusing me. And yeah. Let me see. I have something really important to share with you guys. All right. So we're going to move on to the next article right now. But before we do, what else are you guys saying here? Who else made a comment on this? Hey, Dom, when will you do a video on CONCACAF Match Day 6 World Cup Qualifier prediction? Tomorrow, bro. Tomorrow. I have to let the video, the review video marinate and get its time to shine. I could have done it today, but I didn't want to do it today. So tomorrow, after I get off of work, I'll sit in my car and I'll do the prediction video for match, what is that, 6, right? Match day 6 of CONCACAF. And those games are coming up on Wednesday. So it'll be like about 30 hours. So the video has about 30 hours shelf life there. And yeah, so tomorrow, Angel, tomorrow. So look out for that video. Look out for that. Manuel Neuer, Neymar when he dives, Greg Berhalter. I actually think, I actually honestly think that it might be Ben Chilwell. Just want to put it out there. Ben Chilwell. I have a sneaky feeling Ben Chilwell is gay. Just want to put it out there. And I'm not making any it's just for entertainment purposes only. Okay? I'm not saying he's gay, but for entertainment purposes only, Ben Chilwell. That's it. Ben Chilwell. And that's my final answer. Ben Chilwell. All right? So I have something to hit you with right now. And let's go. Let's go. Let's talk about this one. This one is very serious. We're talking about some serious matters here. This is some heavy stuff. This is some heavy stuff we're doing right now. Okay? This is some heavy stuff. No lightweight thing here. This is some heavy stuff. Okay? Let's go. We haven't even touched on matches yet. And we're just doing some heavy lifting here. Heavy lifting. Let's go. Let's talk about our boy, man. Let's talk about our boy. Manchester City star Benjamin Mendy denied bail for third time ahead of trial accused of rape and sexual assault. Manchester City defender Mr. Mendy strenuously denies the allegations by Chris Slater of the Manchester Evening News.co.uk. All right, let's go. This is Benjamin Mendy. You guys should know him. And if you guys if you guys in here haven't seen the video of Mendy in the bathroom, just, check it out. You know what I mean? Check it out. May want to unlist this stream episode, Dom. Why? Tell me why. Ben Chilwell has a girlfriend. Doesn't matter. I said it for entertainment purposes. I never said it was true. Raheem Sterling just cause he looks funny. Nah, it's not right. Raheem is a gallus, man. What are you talking about? Raheem, the dream, is a gallus. So, Benjamin Mendy here. Let's go. Mendy has been refused bail by a judge following a behind closed doors court hearing today. The Manchester City and French international defender, 27, has been charged with 4 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault. He has been remanded in custody since his appearance at the magistrate's court on August 27th. Okay? Today, a bail application was heard in front of a judge at Chester Crown Court. It's the third occasion Mr. Mendy's legal team have applied for bail. Right? Mr. Mendy wasn't present at the hearing on Monday morning, which lasted around 50 minutes. Members of the press and public were excluded from the hearing, which was held in chambers. However, Judge Patrick Thompson refused to grant bail a court official confirmed afterwards. The charges related to 3 alleged victims, all over the age of 16. 3 of rape offenses are alleged to have occurred in October of the year 2020, with 1 allegedly taking place in August this year. And as you guys could see here, Mr. Mendy arrives at Chester Crown Court in a van before a previous hearing. Mr. Mendy is also charged with 1 count of sexual assault alleged to have taken place in January this year. All 5 offenses are alleged to have been taken place at his home on Withinley Road in Pressbury, Cheshire. Mr. Mendy is charged along with a co-defendant, Louis Saha Muturi, 40, of Edwin Court, Eccles, who is accused of 4 counts of rape. The charges relate to 3 complainants over the age of 16 and are alleged to have been taking place between April 2021 and August 2021. Wow. Absolutely wow. I'm actually low-key, I'm not buying this. Seriously. Free my boy Mendy. I'm not buying this. I smell something really fishy happening here. I smell something fishy happening here because, like, I really smell something. I smell some kind of exploitation type thing happening here. And guys, that's just for entertainment purposes only, okay? Just for entertainment purposes only. All right? So, Thriller says, I saw the picture on Twitter. They seem to be having a good time in the bathroom. Oh man. Big up to everybody still in here, man. Appreciate everybody who stuck around. I know it's late, 11 p.m. local time. We've been streaming for an hour and a half, and we've gone through some pretty heavy stuff, man. We have. So with that being said, let's just quickly touch on the Nations League, and then we're gonna move on to the matches. And we're actually moving on to matches right now. This is me moving on to matches right now. That's it. I did it again, guys. I did it again. I'm still here. I did it again. You know when I actually type something into the StreamYard tab that I'm using, I did it again. But it's all good. That's why I like StreamYard though. If you make a mistake like that, you're good to go again. You see what I mean? So that's why I like the StreamYard platform. So we're good to go again. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to move on to the UEFA Nations League briefly. Just to touch on the game. We're not going to talk too much about it. It'll take about 5 minutes or less. So let's talk about that. Let's go. Thank you for your patience, guys. Do appreciate that. I know today has not been the most perfect stream. You see what I'm saying? But I don't want to be perfect. I just want to put that out there. I do not want to be perfect. I want to seem like I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. And I want to seem like, you know, I'm like weak and beatable. So when you least expect it, boom, you lose. So, let's go. Let's talk about the Nations League. Italy 2, Belgium 1 in the... Well, you know what? Let's just do a full recap of the finals. Let's talk about the semifinals first. Italy 1, Spain 2. Ferran Torres in the 17th minute. Leonardo Bonucci sent off in the 42nd minute. Then Ferran Torres, first minute of first half extra time with a brilliant goal, both set up by Mikel Oyarzabal. Lorenzo Pellegrini did come off the bench to bag one for Italy. Spain won the match, move on to the finals, face one of France or Belgium. We know it's France, and France ultimately went on to win it. But just for formality reasons, Italy went on to the third place match to play Belgium. So we go back here and we look at the second semifinal. Belgium 2, France 3, a thrilling game. Belgium going 2-0 up in the 37th minute. Carrasco and then Lukaku in the 40th minute. And then Karim Benzema, Kylian Mbappe, and Theo Hernandez made it 3-2 for France. What a comeback by Le Bleu, who actually went on to win the whole tournament when they met Spain in the final. But for the third place game, Italy 2, Belgium 1. And with goals from Nico Barella in the 46th minute, Domenico Berardi in the 65th, and Charles de Ketelaere in the 86th minute. Belgium 4th, Italy 3rd. And for the grand final, Spain 1, France 2. Very controversial goal scored by Kylian Mbappe to give France the winner. But Mikel Oyarzabal did score a brilliant goal set up by Sergio Busquets, the veteran, in the 64th minute. Karim Benzema scored a screamer of a goal 2 minutes later. I did make a reaction to that one on the channel, so go check it out. And then Kylian Mbappe with that offside goal, but it's not offside, but it's offside, but it's not offside, because Eric Garcia, who I warned you guys about early on in the stream, went to play the ball. But look, it's not his fault. He had to try to play the ball because he didn't know if Mbappe was offside or not. But even though he did that, he still set up Mbappe for the goal. You see what I'm saying? So I told you guys about Eric Garcia. He should have never played the game. Luis Enrique, he made a big mistake. I have to say, he made a huge mistake when he played Eric Garcia. Huge mistake. You cannot play Garcia in such a big game. And I'm being for real. You guys know how I feel about Eric Garcia. You guys know how I feel about Eric Garcia already. And he should not have played. I was going to put that out there. Should not have played. See what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the Nations League in a nutshell. With that wrapped up, let us move on and let us go into the World Cup qualifying games, man. Let's talk. It's finally how long we've been streaming, an hour 37 minutes. Good time in. Let's go. Let us go. Still early. I think I usually get into the matches a little later, though. I take my time and go through these articles and then get into the matches a little later. So we're going to go over to the FIFA website I also hate using. And we are going to go into the CAF region, African region, and we are going to talk about the games that were played yesterday and the games that were played today. And then we have some predictions coming up for the matches that were played, that will be played tomorrow as well. So guys, if you're in here and you haven't yet smashed the thumbs up button, make sure you do so. Do appreciate everybody who chose to click on the stream and just come and spend some time with us, and for those who have spent the entire duration in here, I thoroughly thank you. All right, so we're currently in round 2. Some groups have been shaping up nicely. I think some groups have been decided already, and we are just going to go through the games from October 10th and October 11th. So let's just go down here to October 10th. We're going to run through all these games, and we're going to just talk about the groups afterwards, and then we're going to do predictions a bit later after I'm going to do some predictions. I don't want to touch on the predictions right now. Or should I touch on the predictions right now? Maybe I should. Yeah, I think I should do the predictions one time. So let me just pull up another tab here with the games, and so I could give you guys more nitty-gritty of who scored and things like that. Guys, I did watch all the highlights to the goals and everything, so I am aware of how the goals were scored. Not that I'm going to remember every single thing and how they happened. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to start from the Sunday games here, and we're going to do them according to groups. So it's all mixed up. So for the Sunday games, we're going to talk about the 2 Group B matches first. Let's talk about the 2 Group B games. Zambia 1, Equatorial Guinea 1, and Mauritania 0, Tunisia 0. Big achievement for Mauritania there. And just to touch on that game a bit, because that game has no goals, the Mauritanian goalkeeper was very, very good. And the Tunisian attackers, you could say that they were wasteful. But I think Mauritania were brave in the match, and it was really big performance for them to pull off a 0-0 draw, because in the October doubleheader, they lost the last game. I think that was a 3-0 loss. 3-0 loss in the previous match against Tunisia, who has been flying high in the group. So just to touch on stats in the group right about now, Tunisia are on top with 10 points, while Mauritania, with 2 games to go, could only get a maximum of 7 points, which means Mauritania are now out of World Cup qualifiers. They are officially eliminated, just so you know. Officially eliminated from World Cup qualifiers. 2 other teams in this group played as well. Equatorial Guinea 1, Zambia 1. And those teams are still in with a shout, even though Zambia's chances are now very, very slim. I actually thought Zambia would have done a lot better than they have done, but they haven't. So Zambia could only get a maximum of 10 points right now, and Tunisia now has 10 points, and they have a -3 goal difference. So it is safe to also say that Zambia are eliminated, because I don't see how you're going to overturn a goal difference, a negative goal difference, to a +8 goal difference. You see what I'm saying? So Zambia will be out as well, which means that Tunisia and Equatorial Guinea are the teams that are still alive pretty much in this group. So just to touch on the other game between Zambia and Equatorial Guinea, we had a goal in the 65th minute by Fashan Sakala. And talk about Fashan, that was a stylish goal scored by the Zambian there. But heartbreak in the 82nd minute when Federico Bicoro equalized for Equatorial Guinea, the only Spanish-speaking African country to, I think so, to give Equatorial Guinea a point, which is a big point for Equatorial Guinea, because, as I just mentioned, it keeps them in the race. And guess who Equatorial Guinea plays next? Tunisia. And then Mauritania. Let us say Equatorial Guinea beats Tunisia. It's going to be very difficult, but they will be at home. And then beat Mauritania. Equatorial Guinea will go on to the next round, and Tunisia will miss out. But knowing the Carthage of Eagles of Carthage, Eagles of Carthage. They play their next World Cup qualifiers game will be against Equatorial Guinea. So it's a pivotal clash. And then against Zambia. Look, Africa is so volatile and so unpredictable that I don't know how these games are going to go. But I fancy Tunisia to go on to the next round, where they may actually miss out. Okay? So with that being said, we're going to move on to Group C. We're now talking about the African matches. We finally got into the games. I know you guys are waiting to talk about the games. We have been talking about the games on the Discord server. I don't know, Reddit. Discord server. And we've been discussing these World Cup qualifying games all day, every day. So make sure you join the Discord server. A link would be in the description box down below. So do appreciate everybody who has been, part of the discussion over in the Discord server as well. So look, Group C. Cape Verde 1, Liberia 0. And it's another late goal. Another late goal for Cape Verde to win this game. Heartbreaking stuff. Liberia now out. Gary Rodriguez scored a last-minute goal in the previous match for a 2-1 win for Cape Verde. And now again, another 90th minute goal to pick up another win, Ryan Menge. Congratulations to Cape Verde on that win. They now go up to 7 points, 2 points below Nigeria. And these are the two teams that are pretty much in the running for the top spot here. Central African Republic and Nigeria, the other teams in the group, and I will get to that game pretty soon. But for Central African Republic, who could only get a maximum of 10 points, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do so. For them, it's difficult for them to qualify. Very difficult. I don't think they will. So it's between Cape Verde and Nigeria. I actually went for Nigeria to make the cut for the next round. But Cape Verde could actually have something to say about that. Their next game will be against the Central African Republic. And then against Nigeria. So that final game of Group C could be a final. Well, I could say Cape Verde's final game in Group C could either be their final World Cup qualifying game or they could move on to the next round. But for one of those two teams, it will be their final match. Which brings us to Nigeria. Nigeria 2, Central African Republic 0 on the road after losing to Central African Republic a goal to 0 courtesy of a mistake by Leon Balogun and William Troost Ekong. They got into a whole mix up there, and the ball fell nicely to the Central African Republic attacker, and they won the game. It was a big shocker, one of the biggest shocks of World Cup qualifiers in Africa this time around. But Leon Balogun made amends when he scored a brilliant goal in the 29th minute, and Victor Osimhen put in first half extra time. Really well executed. He also had an open goal to put in and scuffed up his shot, and there were more opportunities to score. But Nigeria could only put 2 in the back of the net, which was enough to keep them top of the table on 9 points, 3 wins, and a loss. As I mentioned, Nigeria in their next international break will play Liberia and Cape Verde. They need to avoid the potential hiccups. They can't repeat what happened against Central African Republic, because Liberia, who could still, they're out. I'm getting mixed up with Central African Republic. Liberia still out, but they could still, Liberia out, but there could be potential banana peels for the teams that they still have to play against. So it's important to rebound, guys. Even when you make mistakes, you have to know how to rebound from the mistakes, okay? That's a life lesson that you guys need to actually pick up. When you make a mistake, just get up and, rebound. Rebound and rebound hard. So Nigeria top in Group C as we speak. Look, before I do move on to the next confederation, I will go through each and every group so we could get a clearer picture, and we could maybe eliminate some teams and just get a, clearer picture of who's going to go through to the next round. So with that being said, let's move on to some other games there. And we did touch on Group C. You can see where's the Nigeria game right there. The Nigeria game is up here. So we have to move on to the next group. Group C. I want to do it in alphabetical order. So we have Group E here. Let's talk about Group E. Uganda 1, Rwanda 0, Kenya 0, Mali 1. So let's talk about these two games from Group E. Touch on Group E and then we move on. We have a lot to go through today, man. We have South America, Concacaf, UEFA. We have predictions for Asia as well. So it's a lot, man. It's a lot. But that's what these live streams are for, to get the update on the news and also to talk about the matches. That's why they are like 3 hours every time. Sometimes 2 hours. But most times this time around, it has been 3 hour live streams every single day. So with that being said, let me not waste no more time and get into these games for sure. So that's Group E. Uganda 1, Rwanda 0, Kenya 0, Mali 1. So let me just locate this game. Uganda 1, Fahad Bayo scoring in consecutive games, I think. And he scored in the 22nd minute. That was a game's only goal. And with that win, Uganda are right behind Mali on 8 points. So Kenya are officially eliminated. Rwanda are officially eliminated as well, as Kenya lost their game to Mali. So this group is between Mali and Uganda. It's shaping up very, very nicely. And for Uganda, in the November matches, they do play Kenya. They have to pick up a win against Kenya to stay alive, because I think Mali should get the better of Rwanda, right? And then Mali play Uganda, which could be a potential final in the group. So I like those. I like those scenarios there. So let's see how it would actually play out. And to talk about Mali, they defeated, let me just get this game right now, Kenya. They defeated Kenya once again. The games are like so many games, so it's like difficult to find the matches. But Mali won, Kenya 0. Ibrahima Kone once again, after he did score a hat-trick in the previous match, the doubleheader in October. It was Kone, the tormentor for Kenya, who's actually under new management. I don't know why they changed their manager, you know. I really don't know why they changed their manager. And there have been a lot of managerial changes that we will talk about. We're not going to get through all of them today, but I will actually touch on everything I need to touch on before this week ends. I plan to do World Cup qualifiers daily tomorrow. There won't be any on Wednesday, but there will be one on, let me see, Friday. There won't be any on Wednesday because of the Concacaf games. I have to watch those games. And then there will be videos, of course. There will be clips. But on Thursday, the Premier League live streams come back. And then on Friday, I will do a complete wrap-up of World Cup qualifiers for October. And we will just, you know, just tie everything together. The final articles talk about the matches from Conmebol the previous day and everything. And, you know, just have a, you know, a nice stream late on Friday. So, look, in terms of this group, man, it's between Mali and Uganda, as I mentioned. And that's Group E. I did pick Mali to top the group. Both teams are still unbeaten in the group so far. And it's most likely going to be pressure on Uganda, because Mali should beat Rwanda when they play Rwanda in November to go up to 13 points. And then it will be the big game between them and Uganda. But there's a situation where if Uganda actually draw their game, the game between Mali and Uganda would just be a dead rubber match. So that has to be considered as well. So I like to take the time to big up everybody in the chat, man. Big up to Moral Code, is down with the daily uploads. Thank you very much. And you guys have been rather quiet in the chat, though. Dom covering the whole globe. Yeah, that's what I've been doing with these live streams, man. While everybody is actually complaining about the international break and they can't wait for club football to come back, I just spent the last, week and some covering everything international football in terms of World Cup qualifiers. So that's what the channel is all about, man. You know what I mean? We're not about the rush thing. You see what I'm saying? So we also have to touch on Group J. We got matches from Group J. So let me just make sure I talked about these games. Yeah, so we have the Benin-Tanzania game up top there. Let's just touch on that one and the other game from Group J. And then we'll move on to the matches that were played today. So, look, Benin 0, Tanzania 1. Remember, Benin won the return leg. And Tanzania now has their revenge. So, as I tell you, man, Africa is very volatile and very unpredictable, because Benin went to Tanzania and won, and then Tanzania went to Benin and win the game. It was courtesy of a 6-minute goal by Simon Nsuva. That was a really, really good goal, man. Just inside the box, and a really powerful shot to beat the goalkeeper. And look, I'm not going to get too deep into analyzing these games from the highlights, because you really can't analyze too deep from highlights. The Benin did get their chances, but not enough to actually put the ball in the back of the net. And it's well poised in this group at the moment, with both Tanzania and Benin on top the group, tied with 7 points and a +1 goal difference. It could actually come down to goals scored. That's what it could come down to, goals scored. And right now, Tanzania has scored more goals than Benin. So it could come down to goals scored. It could come down to one of those separators if it ends level, because both teams are neck to neck right now. What's disappointing in this group is Congo DR, or DR Congo, losing to bottom team Madagascar. And what's crazy is even though Madagascar has lost 3 games already out of 4, they are still alive. Madagascar are still alive in World Cup qualifiers. Because, just to touch on the Madagascar game really quick, the Madagascar-Congo DR match, and just want to give a warning, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this last name properly. But the goal was scored in the 2nd minute. Big crowd came out to support the players, and the goal was scored by Njiva Rakoto Harimalala. Njiva Rakomo Haril Malala. They have some really long names in Madagascar though. And the people has like a special look though. I think they're very beautiful looking people. I just want to put it out there. The Madagascar, the Malagasy people. I think that's how you say it. Malagasy, if I'm not mistaken. Very beautiful people. I would love to go to Madagascar one day though. Very strange. Big island. Big ass island off the coast of East Africa there. So Congo DR, very disappointing performance, man. Very mercurial team. They may be good one time, not good the other time. Led games, give up points from winning positions. They have won 1 game, drawn 2, and lost 1. Typical Congo DR performances. So in terms of Group J and the next games, right, in November, this is what's going to happen in this group right now. Tanzania will play Congo DR, and that will be a huge match. Huge game. If Tanzania lose the game, they're still not out of it, which is the crazy thing. And then they play Madagascar, right? So it's very tight. This is also a group of life. Madagascar needs 2 wins. They could go up to 9 points. And let's say it could work out in a way that Madagascar, I think, I'm not going to confuse myself too much, but there is a way that Madagascar could still make the cut. So Tanzania play Congo DR and they play Madagascar. Let's just say Tanzania lose both their games, right? They would only end up on 7 points. Congo DR will go up to 8 points. Madagascar would go up to 6, right? Just to take a look at Madagascar's games, if Madagascar beat Benin, Madagascar would go up to 9 points and Benin would stay on 7. And then the game between Benin and Congo DR, if Congo DR wins that game after picking up that win against Tanzania, right? If they play Tanzania and they beat Tanzania, and then they play against Benin, and the game, let's say they beat Benin, they would go up to 11 points and end up topping the group. But if the game between Congo DR and Benin ends in a draw, and Benin loses to Madagascar, it means Madagascar would go from the bottom to the top and qualify. You see what I'm saying? Which is crazy. Or it could be a situation where they could miss out on goal difference to Congo DR, because if Congo DR win and then draw, they could go up to 9 points as well. And in terms of the goal difference here between these teams, Madagascar should have a very bad goal difference right now. So I doubt Madagascar could go on to top the group unless they really blow teams away. You see what I'm saying? Unless they just go wild and just blow teams away. They have a -3 goal difference. Not bad comparing to a +1 for Congo DR. You see what I'm saying? But for Congo DR, they would have positive results and their goal difference would remain net positive But Madagascar, they need to win those remaining 2 games by like big margin, 3-0 kind of things, in order to actually qualify for the next round. So it's fair to say that Madagascar won't, and it will be between Benin, Congo DR, and Tanzania. So just to scroll down, there's the other game here, Madagascar, Congo DR, right there on screen. And that'll wrap it up for the games that were played on Sunday, October 10th. So these are the games right there. I think I covered all the games and talked about all those groups, but we are not done there. We have to talk about the games that were played today. Not a lot of games, so we're almost done with Africa. And, we will then, move on to the next confederations. All right, so we have games here from Group A, Group D, and Group F. So let me just get all 5 games on screen. So we have some, you have that looking nice and clean there. And we'll go through each and every group. So big up to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to you guys for sticking around, being part of the show. Make sure you smash the thumbs up button if you're yet to do so. Especially if you appreciate what I've been doing here with these live streams during September international break and the October international break. See what I'm saying? Neglecting my wife and child upstairs. Even my children who don't live with me, I could be like, FaceTiming with them, but I'm here talking to you guys about World Cup qualifiers and things like that. That's what you call dedication, you know what I'm saying? That's what you call sacrifice. So, Group A, Burkina Faso 2, Djibouti 0. And someone did mention that Djibouti sacked their manager. You see what I'm saying? But I don't have the time to actually go too deep into that. But I did hear something while I was watching this game. I was actually tuned into this game today. And they were actually saying that they sacked the staff, but kept the manager. And then it seems like they have gotten rid of the manager. But I don't understand why they would do that, though. I don't understand. But I'll get into that another time. I'm going to just write that down. I'm going to make a note of that right here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll talk about that some more. Djibouti manager. Okay? I'll talk about that another time. But we have a lot of work to do. We definitely have a lot of work to do, and we don't want to delay because we'll be here for 4 hours tonight if I don't get this thing done. And the crazy thing about doing this, guys, is the fear of being overwhelmed, man. And that's how I felt when I woke up at 8 o'clock. I knew I had to do the stream 8:30. I had to push it back an hour and a half because I had to gather my information and watch highlights and, just, calm myself down, man. Because, look, I know I had to talk about this whole Manscaped thing, introduce you guys to, Manscaped if you haven't yet, was introduced, and a bit intimidating as well. You see what I'm saying? A bit intimidating, yeah. But guys, don't forget to head on over to manscaped.com, who has decided to be a part of Dominic Rich FC, and check out the site. Trust me, your balls will thank you. Use the coupon code Dominic Rich to get yourself 20% off each and every order. Wide assortment of male and female grooming products. Precision engineered quality. Best tools for your family jewels. Manscaped. All right, so what we're going to be doing, we're going to continue talking about this. Big up to my boy Football Pharaoh in the house, man. 6 points from Libya. Yeah, man. Congratulations. We're going to be talking about that right now. That is a big achievement. I actually give Libya too much credit. I thought that Libya were actually going to, I actually thought I was going to, what you call it? I lost my train of thought there. I actually thought that Libya was actually going to do something, but they did absolutely nothing against Egypt. So, look, I should have given Egypt more credit there, but yeah, Egypt should go on to top this group now after that 6 points against Libya. Didn't Egypt probably qualified already. I didn't really take a look at the group like in depth yet, but I know the result. But we're going to get into that right now. So big up to Football Pharaoh. Big up to Mike. Mike, you probably just woke up in the morning getting ready to go to work. And big up to Ramin Irani, who says, good morning, football fans. Thanks, Dom, for doing this for us. Thank you very much, man. I do appreciate it. Do appreciate that as well. And guys, we got 75 thumbs up. Make sure you like the video. Let's see if we could get to 100 in today's live stream, because we have a lot more to go through, though. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot more things to go through. So let us talk about these games, man. Group A, there's a game from Group A. So let's touch on this Group A game right now. Djibouti. Let's go. Burkina Faso 2, Djibouti 0. Issoufou Dayo in the 38th minute. And Abdul Tabsoba, who seems like a really neat player, in the 63rd minute. Abtidon Saad Daher was sent off in the 67th minute for hitting somebody in the face or something like that. May have been accidental, but still deemed to be a red card. Djibouti eliminated. Burkina Faso still alive, currently on top of the table with a game played more than Algeria. They do have a goal difference of +8, while Algeria has a goal difference of +13. So I think the downfall of Burkina Faso could be the fact that they haven't scored enough against Djibouti. That's the problem here. They haven't scored enough. But they still have a chance because they are unbeaten in the group along with Algeria, who I think will remain unbeaten in the group when they do meet Niger tomorrow. A game we will get into very, very soon. But it will be the game between Burkina Faso and Algeria coming up next month on November 14th, the last day of second round qualifiers for CAF, which is a final, a potential final, barring any catastrophic meltdowns by either Burkina Faso or by Algeria. But Algeria do play Djibouti, who they smashed, 8-0 the last time around. And they do play Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso will need to do the business against Niger. But it won't matter because I think Algeria may score about 7 more against Djibouti. So that game, Algeria versus Burkina Faso, and as Football Pharaoh said in a previous stream in the comments, he said all it would take is for a scrappy 1-0 win for Burkina Faso to dismiss the current African Cup of Nations champs, Algeria, from World Cup qualifiers. So it is that close. It is that close. And that'll do it for Group A. We'll move on to Group D, where we had Mozambique losing to Cameroon 1-0, and Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, beating Malawi 2-1. So we're going to be touching that game right now. So let me just locate that game really quick. Ivory Coast 2, Nicolas Pepe in the 2nd minute, and then Kuda Mayuba in the 20th minute. But Frank Kessier put away a penalty in the 66th minute to give Ivory Coast a predicted win. So with that win, Ivory Coast stay on top of the table on 10 points, but face stiff competition from Cameroon on 9 points. Malawi and Mozambique are officially eliminated from African World Cup qualifiers because Malawi could only get a maximum of 9 points, Mozambique a maximum of 7 points. And their November matches will be played pretty much in low spirits, low morale, because they're just dead robbers. You see what I'm saying? The game between Malawi and Mozambique should be dead robber in November. So they could use that opportunity to blood some fresh youngsters and things like that. But Cameroon, man. Cameroon 1, Mozambique 0. Cameroon with a goal in the 68th minute by Michael Ngado Ngaji. What a name. That was from a corner routine and put into the back of the net. Cameroon with a big win. Big win. Cameroon have lost the game, and their only loss have come to the hands of the Ivory Coast. So 2-1 loss back in September 6th to the Ivory Coast. And the game between the Ivory Coast and Cameroon, in my opinion, will decide this group. All the Ivory Coast needs is a draw and to avoid a possible meltdown in their other game there. I think that will be against Mozambique. So anything could happen in the group, man. Let me just put it out there. African football is very, very unpredictable and very, very volatile. So Cameroon versus Ivory Coast for the group winner in Group D. And last but not least, Football Pharaohs Group, Group F. Egypt 3, Libya 0, Gabon 2, Angola 0. So let me just get to that game really quick. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang in the 74th minute. He did miss a header. And then Mr. Alex Musunda in the 84th minute, set up by Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang to give Gabon a win in the return leg after they lost the previous game to Angola. So with that win, Gabon a fourth, and they could only get a maximum of 10. Gabon a third, they could get a maximum of 10 points. Angola, they're eliminated. Gabon, they could count themselves eliminated as well, because even if you get 10 points, I don't think you're going to pass the goal difference of Egypt, and I don't think Egypt are going to lose both games in November. Libya, those two losses against Egypt, I think, have railroaded their World Cup qualifiers campaign big time, and they would have to pay the price for that one. They could only get a maximum of 12 points, and Egypt, if Egypt gets 2 draws next time around, it will be enough. Against Angola and Gabon, I'm pretty sure Egypt will get at least 3 points. So, Libya, you could kiss the World Cup goodbye. I think Egypt will go through from this group, and I think Egypt would definitely fancy themselves to make it to back-to-back World Cups. But surprisingly, guys, I didn't actually pick Egypt to make the cut at all. So, best of luck to Egypt there on proving me wrong. I know Football Pharaoh will be very, very nervous as well. And he will be hoping that his boys, the Pharaohs, would actually prove me wrong. So, look, that's the permutations for that group. And that's a wrap for these games. But we do have games coming up tomorrow. And just to wrap up Africa, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this one time. So we have games from Group A, G, and H. So we're gonna predict these games, but and a game from Group I as well. The makeup fixture between Guinea and Morocco. So before we do get into these games, what are you guys saying in the chat, man? How are you guys feeling? How are you guys feeling? Talk to me. So Michael is saying it's 6:30 in the a.m. and he's on the bus going to work. Yeah, I'll be taking a bus early in the morning, though. I have to drive my car to like a parking lot, park the car, and then, you know, take a bus to work. Because at work, I only park in the yard on the weekends because we are not allowed to actually park in the yard. So there's rules, man. There's rules. So let's predict these games, and let's talk about Group A. One game from Group A, Algeria, Niger. So in terms of Group A, let me just get the groups really quick. Algeria second in the group on 7 points. Against Niger, they beat Niger 6-1 the first time around. I'm going to go for them to beat Niger 5-0. Riyad Mahrez and co to do their thing, destroy Niger, and go back up on top of the table on goal difference ahead of Burkina Faso. So we're going to move on to the Group G matches. And in the Group G games, we have Zimbabwe versus Ghana. And we have South Africa versus Ethiopia. In Group G, it's going to be between South Africa and Ghana here. Remember, South Africa did pick up a win against Ghana, and they're on top of the table, 1 point ahead of the Black Stars. So these games are very, very crucial, very crucial. South Africa here against Ethiopia. South Africa against Ethiopia. I'm going to go for South Africa to win the game 2-0. Sorry, Bethel, but your team haven't been good enough and you guys would be eliminated. With that loss, you would be eliminated from World Cup qualifiers if Ethiopia do lose that game tomorrow. A draw would keep them alive. Definitely will keep them alive. A win would put them into contention of getting a top spot. But a loss would definitely eliminate Ethiopia. As for Zimbabwe, they're pretty much done. Not done yet. Not done yet. Let me not say that. They're not done yet. But a loss, they'll be done. They could still get a maximum of 10 points. But pretty sure, yeah, they won't. Judging from what they've been doing, Kama, Billiot and Co., they won't get it. So for the South Africa-Ethiopia game, I'm predicting a 2-0 win for South Africa. And the game between Zimbabwe and Ghana, I'm going to go for the Black Stars to beat Zimbabwe 2-0. So the doubleheaders would finish in wins for the top teams in the group. And it would be South Africa 10 points in my opinion, Ghana on 9. And for the November games in this group, Ghana plays South Africa on November 14th. So once I'm alive and well, and if I'm available when these games are playing, I don't know which day is November 14th though. You know what I'm saying? Let me take a quick look. November 14th is a Sunday. But that's during the day though. I should be off from work that week, you know. I should be off. I should be on vacation. I might actually do a big watch along on that day, man. You know what? That could be a day where I'm probably live. I'll probably do. I'll probably go all day. I'll probably do an all day type of watch along thing on November 14th, you know, because there's going to be a lot of big games on November 14th. You see what I'm saying? So I have to hit up some people, Mike, Football Pharaoh, and Co. You guys, I think I'm going to look into planning this. I'm getting excited about this already. I'm going to look at what other fixtures are held on November 14th. And if, for example, we have some Asian games on November 14th, I doubt, but let's see. I'm gonna look into this and probably be live. Probably just do a long ass live stream, man. Don't know how possible it is, but I'm gonna try something. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something. Or maybe I do a couple live watch-alongs on the day and not like a long one. Hey, Dom and Chat, believe Germany is first to qualify. Yes, they are, and I have made a video on the channel already talking about that. We're 2 hours 17 minutes in, and we are wrapping up Africa right about now. And with that being said, let's move on to the other group here, Group H, where Congo play Togo. And the last game between those two teams, I think, ended in a 1-1 draw. And I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw again between these two Group H teams. If the game finishes in a 1-1 draw, both these teams will be eliminated, not relegated. Both be eliminated. Togo already pretty much out of it. They're not officially out, but they could still get a maximum of 10 points. Senegal has 9 points with 3 wins in 3. Right? I do have Senegal winning against Namibia 2-0. So Senegal 2, Namibia 0. Togo 1. Congo 1. So if the results go as, you know, I predict them to go, Senegal would actually qualify for the next round with 4 matches played, 2 matches to spare. Namibia would be out because they would only be able to get a maximum of 10 points. So Senegal could wrap it up tomorrow and qualify for the next round. And I think they're actually going to do it. That team is stacked up with Mane, Koulibaly, Keita, Balde, Crepon, Diatta, Ismail Assar, Boulaye Dia, Pape Mate Sarr. The list goes on, man. Abdou Diallo, not Benjamin Mendy. Edward Mendy in goal. This team is stacked. Idrissa Gueye. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Team is stacked up. So Senegal, I think, are going to actually go on to do the damn business. And even if, let's say, they draw their game, they do play Congo and Togo next month anyways. And I think they'll pick up 3 points next month. Senegal are going on to the next round. They are. And that would wrap up Africa. Let's just take a look at the groups really quick before we move on. These are the groups. Hope you're seeing that right now. Big up to everybody in the chat. Make sure you like the video. We need 22 more likes to hit 100. Could we do 100? Could we do 100? Have you seen Alexander Isak goal against Kosovo? It's a banger. Yeah, it is a banger though. I was supposed to actually do some clips for those matches. The Denmark and the Swedish games. I usually clip those, but I didn't because I was actually, you know, just brainstorming and working on the whole Manscaped thing that's going on with the channel right about now. So, yeah, it kind of derailed me a bit, but I'm back on rail. You see what I'm saying? Back doing the damn thing. But I did see the goal, though. I have seen most of the goals. So, look, let's take a look at the groups. Burkina Faso on top of Group A. I think Algeria are going to go back there tomorrow with on goal difference. So it's going to be between Algeria and Burkina Faso. Let's eliminate Niger and Djibouti. Let's just eliminate those two teams from the get-go. Let's not hesitate there. Tunisia on top. Equatorial Guinea. It's going to be between those two teams. We could eliminate Zambia and Mauritania. Nigeria in Group C and Cape Verde are squashing it out there. Central African Republic and Liberia, we could eliminate those teams. We could. Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon are in the running for the Group D top spot, whilst Malawi and Mozambique have already been eliminated. Group E, the group of life, where Rwanda and Kenya are already out. So it's between Uganda and Mali for the top two spots. So one of Mali or Uganda will be 180 minutes away from the World Cup, and that's very close. That's close. And I hope one of them could make it, because it would mean that one of these teams will officially make their debut at the 2022 World Cup. Egypt pretty much running away with this group and should go on to top the group. Libya, Gabon, and Angola are the other teams that will be eliminated from qualifiers. Group G, South Africa, Ghana, Ethiopia, still pretty much in it. Zimbabwe still not out. Just talked about that group, but I think it's going to be between South Africa and Ghana. Group H, Senegal should go on to top this group. Namibia should come in second or third, or even fourth, who knows? But Senegal should go on to top the group. Morocco versus Guinea. I didn't actually predict this game. Just saw it at the bottom here of my notes. I'm going to predict Morocco to beat Guinea 2-0 tomorrow. 2-0. Morocco 2, Guinea 0. Morocco will officially go on to top the group, knock out all the other teams from World Cup qualifiers. So, Morocco, the Atlas Lions, as predicted, will go on to top Group I. And last but not least, another group of life. Still very, very, very close. Group J. And I think Mike was the one who said in the chat that this group is very, very, very confusing right now in order, in terms of where it can go. So that'll do it for Africa. And with that being said, we're going to move right on to the next Confederation, and that's Concacaf, where I won't stay long. During these live streams, I never stay long on Concacaf, and the reason why is because I have made a video already on the channel talking about these games. So it doesn't make sense for me to spend another half hour on Concacaf. You see what I'm saying? And I will drop a prediction video tomorrow for the match day 6 games that's coming up on Wednesday. So I do a more in-depth analysis on CONCACAF in video format, single video format, not live stream. All right? And then Football Fair and I would hopefully link up. Maybe we'll get Mike this time around and we'll link up sometime maybe next week or so and talk about all these games that happen in World Cup qualifiers. You know what I mean? I don't know if I don't. Football Fair and I are like down for it. Mike, I don't. If you're still watching, bro, it took us about 3 hours the last time. So I don't know if you'll have that time available. You know what I mean? So let's just look at these games. Sunday, October 10th. We look at these games really quick. And then we're going to take a look at the table. Just chit-chat about the table really quick. And then we're going to move on to Conmebol. And then to UEFA. And then to the predictions as well. We have a lot more to go through. But to be completely honest, it won't take a lot of time. So let's talk about these games, man. Jamaica 0, Canada 0. And I must say it was a very even game, even though Canada had a lot of the possession. Jamaica did get their chances, and Canada did get their chances. The chance by Liam Miller comes to mind. Open goal, basically, with only him and the keeper. Well, not really an open goal, but 1v1 with the keeper from an angle, and he hit it straight into Andre Blake, who you have to give some credit there as well. So Jamaica with a more respectable performance, and I can't believe, even though Jamaica picked up a point in the game, I'm going around YouTube and I'm seeing some negative things saying about, oh, it could have been better. And come on, what else do you want? You got a point against Canada, one of the best teams in World Cup qualifiers in Concacaf region so far, and you're complaining still? But you think you think Jamaica is gonna pick up wins right now, playing the way they're playing? No. So that was a better and improved performance. They could say they're seeing improvements. Back to back. What is that? No, they lost to the USA, but they have drawn a game against Costa Rica. So I almost said back to back draws, but almost felt like it. But they've been doing a lot better. Let's just put it out there. They have been doing a lot better. So Jamaica, their next game coming up, that'll be a game on Wednesday. They will play Honduras in San Pedro Sula, Estadio Olímpico. It's going to be a huge game. They went to Central America and played against Costa Rica, and they got a point. Could they do the same again, or could they do even better against a Honduras team that will be without their captain, their veteran Maynor Figueroa? That's a window of opportunity right there for you, Jamaica. I got to remember to talk about that tomorrow. But, yeah, good draw. As for Canada, I think things are going to plan. Just think about it. These would have been some of the most difficult matches for John Herdman and his team. That would have been some of the most difficult games, to travel to Jamaica and to go to Central America and even Mexico. And they went to Jamaica, they got a point. They went to Mexico, they got a point. And the key now for Canada is the game against Panama, the game against El Salvador on the road, the game against Honduras, the game against Costa Rica. It's going to be very, very tough. It's going to be tough. But I have to say, if they could go to those countries and pick up all draws, it'll work out fine for them. And then go back home and win those games at home, or even draw the games and not lose, Canada could book their place to the World Cup. So, very good stuff by Canada and John Herdman in Canada so far. They have been quite impressive. Very, very impressive. And in terms of the CONCACAF standings, Jamaica still at the bottom of the table with 2 points. And Canada are now fourth in the playoff spot with 7 points. But it's still early days. We only about 35% through with CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers. And we'll have more games on Wednesday and then in November. And then games come back, I think, in January. So World Cup Qualifiers Daily will be coming back in January, where we will be covering the African Cup of Nations as well. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next game. As I said, I won't be spending forever on these games. Mexico 3, Honduras 0. Sebastian Cordova in the 18th minute. Maynor Figueroa sent off in the 49th. Rogelio Funes Mori in the 76th and Hervin Lozano in the 86th minute to cap off what was Mexico's most impressive performance of World Cup qualifiers for 2022 World Cup to date. I got to give it to the Mexican team in this one, though. Before, even though they haven't lost the game, I have criticized the Mexican team for their, not playing up to par. Seriously. They look good, then they don't look good. You see what I'm saying? They give up opportunities. They're missing clear-cut chances, and it just wasn't the Mexican team that we come to know. We were seeing a lot of the Mexican team from maybe, like little glimpses of the Mexican team from the 2014 World Cup qualifying campaign where they almost missed out. But a 3-0 win takes Tata Martino's men back to the top of the table, still unbeaten, 3 wins and 2 draws. Impressive win against Honduras, who, along with Jamaica, are the 2 sides who are yet to pick up a win in the octagonal. So very, very impressive stuff, man. When you look at the Mexican team, they're stacked up with Raul Jimenez back in the team. You have Jesus Corona, Chucky Lozano, Edson Alvarez, Hector Herrera. You have a backline of Chaca Rodriguez, Cesar Montes, Hector Moreno, veteran, and Jesus Gallardo, Guillermo Ochoa in goal. That's a hard team to beat. And Honduras learned their lesson on the day. Listen, special shout out to Luis Lopez, the goalkeeper from Honduras, who actually prevented it from being about 6-7-0 on the day because Mexico were peppering the Honduran goal. As I mentioned, Honduras, they play Jamaica in their next game, and it's going to be very, very difficult. Just want to put it out there. It's going to be very difficult being without their captain, their key man, Maynor Figueroa, who show up that backline so much. For Mexico, they will travel away to El Salvador, which won't be a walk in the park at all because El Salvador on home soil are currently unbeaten. And with that being said, it brings us to the game between El Salvador and Costa Rica. Costa Rica 2, El Salvador 1. Jairo Henriquez with a brilliant goal in the 12th minute to give El Salvador the lead. And then we had Brian Ruiz equalizing in the 52nd minute from a header at the far post, not well picked up. Celso Bojes with a penalty in the 58th minute, and the El Salvadorian fans are screaming that they were robbed. That was a penalty. The goalkeeper Gonzalez did pull back the attacker, and then Narciso Orellana sent off in the 85th minute. Look, I've been impressed with El Salvador. I really like what Hugo Perez is doing with the team, and for Luis Fernando Suarez and Costa Rica, they needed that win. Their back was against the wall, and they played with more intent, especially after conceding that goal. So, look, they say pressure busts pipe, but pressure also makes diamond. You know they say when an animal back is against the wall, the most dangerous animal, man, and that was the case for Costa Rica here. So, dominant performance by Los Ticos. And El Salvador got to come better. I was really impressed with the way they started, but fell off as the match went on. So look, last but not least, but before we do, Costa Rica do play the USA on the road, and El Salvador do host Mexico. But last but not least, Panama won, the USA 0, courtesy of a 54th minute goal by Anibal Godoy. The U.S. had 5 shots at goal, none on target. Goalkeeper Luis Mejia had absolutely nothing to do. It was a poor performance. And I think the key contributor for this poor performance was Greg Berhalter's selected 11. Okay? That was the selected 11. I think it was too many changes from the previous match. Too many changes. And it sparks the question of whether Greg Berhalter understands the concept of continuity. Because he seems like he doesn't. You see what I'm saying? I think the most changes he should have made was 4. No more than 4 changes. There has to be a rule that is given to Greg Berhalter. Grego, do not make more than 4 changes. You're changing up the team too damn much. And the team, in my opinion, it was too, let's say, to be honest, it was too MLS heavy. Way too MLS heavy, man. You see what I'm saying? Just want to put that out there. I know you did it at the Gold Cup, but this is a different kettle of fish. This is World Cup qualifiers. It's not the Gold Cup, where a lot of teams carried second string 11s as well. This is World Cup qualifiers, and every single team means business here. it was a poor performance by the USA, disjointed effort, and you have to blame the source of all things. Greg Berhalter, get your act together, or else it could be disaster. Seriously, this ain't gonna be easy. It ain't gonna be easy. The octagonal ain't gonna be a pushover. So look. In terms of the US, they play Costa Rica, and as for Panama, their next game will be against Canada on the road. Wow, that's a big game. That is a big game. That's a huge one. Let's see how that one goes. So look, games coming up in November here. Honduras versus Panama. You have This is November. I was like, to be decided. The games coming up in November. Honduras, Panama, El Salvador, Jamaica. Wonder who's gonna win that game. Canada, Costa Rica, USA, Mexico, and there's a few more fixtures there. It seems like there's only 2 match days for the CONCACAF window in November instead of 3. So there's going to be Jamaica versus the USA, Panama versus El Salvador, Costa Rica versus Honduras, and Canada versus Mexico in the return leg. Let's take a look at the table really quick. Mexico on top, 11 points. With Mexico on 11 points with 5 matches played. Let's say hypothetically Mexico wins their next 3 games, right? They will go up to 20 points. I think that should be enough, 20 points, 8 games played. That should be enough with teams picking points off each other. 20 points would be hard to get to. See what I'm saying? I think about 25 points would do it. 21, it's a discussion to be had. And you probably need a simulator for this one. I know my boy Football Pharaoh probably simulated this already. Big up to Alejandro Loauza, man. Thank you very much for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. He says, hey, Dom. Back for the live. Sadly, Ecuador choked. But when you get to Conmebol, can you talk about it if you think they will repeat their choke of like 2018? Yeah, we're going to get to them next, man. I was actually watching the highlights for that game, and it's just sad how they went ahead and then give up the lead, man. So, but we'll get to that one. You get to that one. You have to give Venezuela a lot of credit, though. And we'll get to that game pretty soon. We're going to wrap this up. We're going to wrap up CONCACAF right about now. And we are going to get into CONMEBOL very, 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 very soon. So just to recap the table, Mexico on top, 11 points. The USA second with 8 points. Panama third with 8 points. Canada still unbeaten like Mexico with 7 points after 5 matches played. Costa Rica picking up their first win, 6 points. El Salvador with 5 points also picked up their first win in October. Honduras yet to win with 3 points, and Jamaica also yet to win with 2 draws in 5 games. So that'll do it for the CONCACAF region, where I will be dropping a prediction video tomorrow afternoon. So look for that video. I'll be getting off of work, making that video and putting it out. I've been grinding, man. When I tell you I've been grinding, guys, the work I've been putting in is pretty intense. Pretty intense. You know what I'm saying? Pretty intense. Marie Mondesir. Thank you very much, Marie Mondesir. Your name sounds Haitian. Are you Haitian? Linda Longsworth, man. Thank you very much for coming through. Make sure you guys smash up the thumbs up button. We need 17 more thumbs up to get there. We had 151 votes and we had 84 likes. So like up the thing, man. Like up the thing. Like up the thing. And I like these polls, and I will do more polls in the future. So look, with that being said, guys, we're going to talk about Conmebol. Let's move over to Conmebol, okay? We're still on the same page here, so we just go up and we go over to Conmebol. I did try to watch the highlights to these games as well. I didn't get to see like full highlight packages, sadly. And I did watch a few minutes from some of these games as well, even though I was having problems with the... I wanted to tune into the Argentina game. I couldn't tune into it. Wanted to tune into the Ecuador game. I was having problems getting that game as well. So, yeah, let's get into Conmebol, man. Conmebol. very strange confederation with only 10 teams, you know, very, very intense games where any team could beat any team on the day. Even Bolivia picks up a shock win here and there, and Venezuela. Not many times you find Venezuela and Bolivia win on the same day, but it happened. It happened. Sunday, October the 10th. 5 matches to go through here. And briefly, I will be going through these games briefly because, as I said, I didn't watch these games. These games were playing at the same time the Concacaf games were playing. And I don't have like 10 eyeballs. You see what I mean? I actually had this to share with you, you know. I don't know why I haven't shared this with you. Yes, I'm Haitian. Hi, you see? I know them names. I know somebody with that last name, though. This is the CONCACAF table right there. I should have shared that with you. You know what I mean? That looks sweet. That's actually from the FIFA website. From the FIFA Twitter. And these are the Conmebol standings right now. This looks sweet, man. I think I'll be using some of these graphics for my my recap videos during the break. I will be doing some standalone recap videos, I think. And along with maybe one with my boy Football Pharaoh as well. So that's what's going on there. So back to Conmebol. I know you guys like pretty graphics, you know. So there's some pretty graphics for you. You see what I mean? There is some pretty graphics for you right there. So yeah, man. Let's just touch on these games really quick. Bolivia 1, Peru 0. I was actually shocked by this result because I predicted Peru to win this game on Bolivian soil. A very gutsy prediction I made there because we know how good Bolivia are at home. And yeah, that was kind of gutsy. I predicted a 2-1 win for Peru. Ended in a 1-0 win for Bolivia. So in this game, Henry Vaca got sent off in the 75th minute. Terrible tackle. I think that was like 2 tackles. He tackled one player and then ran off and tackled the other player and got a straight red. I think, no, he actually got a yellow first and then a red. I think he actually, I'm not 100% sure. Let me just double check to make sure. He got a red card. It was a straight red, but from what I saw the referee did is the referee actually give him a yellow for the previous tackle that had happened like a couple seconds on another player, and then for the tackle on the other player a straight red. So, well, 2 yellows, which makes a red. So with him getting sent off, Bolivia still managed to score through the other Vaca, Romero Vaca. I don't know if those guys are brothers. Let me know if those guys are brothers. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. They might just be namesake. They might just share a name. And Bolivia picked up a big win here against Peru. Very disappointing loss for Peru because with a win here for Peru, it would have put them up to 14 points and they would have been above Paraguay right now in 6th. Bolivia, who are still in 9th, gets a boost, go up to, you know, they're still in 9th, but they go up to 9 points. They go up to 9 points, which means if they keep winning, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe a playoff spot they could sneak in. You never know, but I don't think that's going to happen at all. So, big win for Bolivia, but an even bigger loss for Peru. And this would actually mess with their World Cup qualification progress. They have played 11 games and picked up 11 points. This is not good enough at all, Peru. You have 7 more games to save your World Cup qualifiers campaign. 25 to 20, I think about 26 to 28 points would be good. They need to start winning games. They have only won 3 matches. They need to start picking up those W's or they won't be able to make it to back-to-back World Cups. We're going to move right on and let's move on to the other game. Let's move on to this other game. Venezuela 2, Ecuador 1. Enner Valencia, who recently became the all-time leading goal scorer for Ecuador, record breaker. I think he's the captain as well. He scored in the 37th minute from the penalty spot. But Darwin Machis equalized in the first minute of the first half, extra time. And he was set up by Eduard Bello Really good cutback from the right, and Machis did the rest. And this guy, Edward Bello, or Bello, not Bello. Speak Spanish here. Bello. He scored a wicked free kick, bro. I'm telling you, bro, that was a wicked free kick. Remember the player I shared with you guys the other night with the long hair? Remember I said the guy has like the best hair? Guy with the long hair? He's that guy. He is that. This guy is nice. That guy is nice. Look for that guy getting a big move in the future. That guy is nice, man. You know what I mean? Thriller says, I just learned today why Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador have similar color schemes in their national flags. Why? Talk to us. Tell us why. Tell us why. Tell us why. Oh, Donovan said, yes, those were one countries back in the day. Thank you very much for the geography class insight there. Do appreciate that. There used to be a country called Gran Colombia under Simon Bolivar. Yeah, man. I know Simon Bolivar. Definitely know Simon Bolivar. Guys, when I was little, my parents had sent me this game. What was it called again, man? It was a game with some cards that it was like a two-player game. You could have different modes where you could have two-player. But it taught me geography. It taught me like animals and things like that. And like historic figures. And it was a cool game. I can't remember what it's called though. And that's a game I should have probably kept. When you have those things when you were little, you don't think about the future. You don't think about keeping things and maybe it would be an antique in the future. I should have actually kept that game, man. That was pretty good. I gotta think about it and think hard to try to remember what it was called. So Marie, can you not Call of Duty, Civilization? No, none of those things. It was like a computer game from the 90s though, with some cards that you slot in. You open it and you slot the card down the middle, and it was actually very cool. It was cool. You could, you know, I can't remember what it's called though. So Maurice, can you tell us all the country that qualified for the World Cup? What do you mean? Overall? No, I'm not going to do that right now. Germany is the only country that made it, along with the host Qatar. So that's the information. If that's the information that you want, there you go. There you go. So let's just finish up Conmebol. Let's talk about Conmebol and that game that we were actually on. Venezuela with the win, breaking Ecuadorian hearts here, shattering to 1,000 pieces into glass, and grinding it down to dust. Look, poor game management by Ecuador. Poor game management. Think they could have done better here. Definitely could have done better. Few chances missed as well. You know, but you got to give it to Venezuela, who held their own. They were on home soil, and they picked up a win. And I think this is an opportunity missed by Ecuador. I did predict Ecuador to win the game in yesterday's, or the day before yesterday's live stream. And even though, the crazy thing, right? The crazy thing, Ecuador are still third. That's the crazy thing about it. They're still third even with the loss. But a win would have taken them up to 19 points. Even a draw would have been good, taking them up to 17 points, right? Give them a little cushion over Uruguay there. They have 7 games to play, right? And I was talking about this yesterday. Ecuador, you're telling me that you can't get 10 points in 7 games? You see what I'm saying? Just think about it. It would have to be a catastrophic meltdown by this Ecuadorian team for them to miss the World Cup, because they have started well, and it's the same goes for Uruguay, and it's the same goes for Colombia for that playoff spot. I think the table, the way the table is right now, those top 5 teams are going to finish top 5. Who's going to get the playoffs? I can't tell you right now. But Ecuador missed a big opportunity. When you play against Venezuela and you play against Bolivia, you got to win. You got to win. But if you learn anything from what Paraguay did the last time around, they lost on the last match there. I think that was to Venezuela, and actually missed the World Cup because of that. So Ecuador, you have to learn to manage games better. 5 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. Gotta learn to manage games better. If they manage games better, some of those losses would have been draws. And they could have been at least on 18 points right now, which would have been pretty good. Okay? So that's a big opportunity missed there. So in terms of Ecuador and the next games, right? The games that they have remaining. Right? It's kind of confusing because they have some... Okay, I have some games there. The last game they play is against Argentina. Right off the bat, that's going to be hard. You see what I'm saying? But in March, they do have Paraguay on the road. They got to beat Paraguay. The Argentina game is at home. And the reason I'm going into Ecuador is for my boy there, you know what I mean, who dropped the super chat. So, got to go, you know, into detail a bit. So, you know what I mean? For my boy Alejandro Loaiza. Thank you very much again, Alejandro, for dropping a super chat there on Ecuador. All right. So, yeah, let me just continue here on the Ecuadorian fixtures that they have left. And the games where I think they could pick up 3 points, right? In November, well, still in October, they play Colombia on the road. That's going to be a difficult game. They could lose that one. They have a game against Mexico on October 27th. I don't know what that is about. I don't know what that is about at all. That may be like a game between second string teams or whatever. But they play Venezuela again next month. They got to beat Venezuela at home. They play Chile on the road. You got to get at least a point off Chile. If that happens, Ecuador would go up to 20 points. The Brazil game, I don't know too much about getting anything from that. Maybe the most a point. But Peru and Paraguay matches, got to win those games. I think it's going to be a struggle for Ecuador. It's going to be a struggle. But the games that I just highlighted, they have to win. Paraguay, Peru, Venezuela, Chile. If they pick up something from those games, at least 10 points from those matches, then I think they'll qualify. They could get something from the Colombia match or the Argentina game. It'll be difficult, but it could happen. The last time Ecuador met Colombia, they absolutely destroyed Colombia in the World Cup qualifiers. I'm not talking about the Copa America. Talk about World Cup qualifiers. Because the last time I did look, it was a 6-1 victory back in November last year. Don't think it'll be 6-1 again, but yeah, I think they'll fancy their chances against Colombia there. So with that being said, for the next game, we're going to move on. Definitely going to move on. Colombia 0, Brazil 0. Even though this game didn't have goals, there were chances. You got to give it to both goalkeepers who featured in this game. David Ospina was brilliant for Colombia, and he pulled off some spectacular saves. So he does deserve the credit there. Alisson as well for Brazil. The highlights of the game, man. You see this guy? Listen, let me talk to you. You see this guy, Rafinha? Oh, man, this guy is nice. Jesus Christ. This guy is nice. And the other player, Luis Diaz, oh, man, was some brilliant skill on show by those two. Brilliant skills. Falcao featured in the game as well. Roger Martinez as well. But, you know, Colombia set up very defensively with those two holding midfielders. Those very, you know, gritty players, Lerma and Barrios in the middle there. Look, it's a good result. It's a great result for Colombia. Football Pharaoh did predict Brazil dropping points in this international break, and they did go on to drop points. So big up to Mr. Nostradamus Football Pharaoh there as well for those predictions that he made. He made 15 predictions in a video. Go check that video out on his channel. So not much more to talk about. Brazil dropped points for the first time. As I said, I didn't watch this game, so I can't go super deep into the match. But it's a great achievement here by Colombia, being the first team to take points off Brazil for the 2022 World Cup qualifiers campaign. So Brazil, of course, still on top of the group with 28 points. They will qualify pretty soon, though. According to all the permutations and everything, Brazil will qualify for the World Cup pretty soon. And that's what I know. I don't know the in-depth analysis of all the permutations and things like that, but that is exactly what I know. They will qualify. Come on, they got 28 points. 28 points is enough to qualify. So, yeah, we could say Brazil qualify already, but not officially qualify already. So, yeah, well done for Brazil. For Colombia, that's a big point. They are unbeaten in their last 5 World Cup qualifying games, but what's worrying is that they had 4 draws and only 1 win. They currently have 6 draws, 3 wins, and 2 losses. So, quality stuff there by Colombia. They have 15 points with 7 games to go, and they're looking very good. They're looking very good. So we're gonna move right on. We have games coming up on Thursday. We'll get to those very soon. Argentina 3, Uruguay 0. Completely played off the park, along with some brilliant goalkeeping by Emi Martinez, though. You got to give it to Emi Martinez. And Lionel Messi did come out and say that Argentina are blessed to have one of the best goalkeepers in the world currently. And he is. He definitely is one of the best. And it's amazing that he was an, backup keeper at Arsenal, being sent out on loan, to coming back, getting his chance, and then just going on to be a world beater of a goalkeeper. So Lionel Messi in the 38th minute, that was a very, unfortunate goal to concede by Uruguay. Messi just lofted in the ball into the box, and I guess the goalkeeper got confused and the ball bounced into the back of the goal. Then Rodrigo De Paul with a brilliant strike in the 44th minute. Lautaro Martinez in the 62nd minute, taken off 3 minutes later, and he seemed like he was like crying or something on the bench. I don't know what it was. But he was disappointed to be taken off. Don't know why. You're winning 3-0 up. What are you mad about? Argentina peppered Uruguay with 23 shots, 10 on target. And Muslera was a busy man in goal on the night. Uruguay only had 10 shots, 6 at goal, 6 on target, 37% of the ball. It was a very dominant performance by Argentina. I expected something better from Uruguay, though, to be honest. I didn't expect them to get blown out of the park like this. I think I did predict, let me see, I predicted a 1-1 draw for this game. So, you see, Messi and boys went and did their damn thing. Also, big up to Giovanni Lo Celso, the Tottenham Hotspur player, or Tottenham player, not Hotspur. I said I'm not going to say Hotspur. He has been very solid as well. So, Argentina 3, Uruguay 0. Argentina solidify their position, second in the table, go up to 22 points. Also unbeaten in World Cup qualifiers with 6 wins and 4 draws. They should qualify pretty soon. I think in November they will go on to, get enough points to qualify. So, as for Colombia, as for Uruguay, 16 points. They have a draw and a loss currently in October. Has not been a good month for them at all. And I think Uruguay should qualify, but it will be a good scrap between them, Ecuador, and Colombia for those 2 automatic spots and that playoff spot, in my opinion. So it brings us to the last game here. Chile 2, Paraguay 0. I expected Paraguay to do a lot better. I think I predicted a win for Paraguay here. I predicted a 1-0 away win for Paraguay, but it was Chile who won the game 2-0 and celebrated as if they had just won the Copa America. I kid you not. So in this game, Ben Brereton scored in the 68th minute, very good goal. And Mauricio Isla scored a similar goal in the 72nd minute. Charles Aranguiz sent off in the 74th, and Omar Alderete for Paraguay in the 89th minute. This is all I could tell you about this game. Didn't watch the game. Just watch the goals. So, big win for Chile. In terms of the table, Chile are now 8th. They're 8th. I think they were 8th before. They do have 10 points. So, if they get a couple more wins, let's say they win their next game, right? They will go up to 13 points. And if Paraguay, Peru lose, they would leapfrog those teams and put themselves just behind Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador for one of those direct spots. So Chile are not out. They're down, but they're not out. I don't have them qualifying for the World Cup, however, though. So with that being said, guys, let's just take a look at the table really quick, and then we are going to move on. So thanks again, Alejandro, for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Big up to everybody currently in the stream. Football Pharaoh said, I think Ecuador making it is slightly better than a coin toss. I'd say 50 to 60%. And Alejandro says, thank you for going in depth. So that is what you get when you contribute to the channel, though. What's up, Bethel? How are you feeling, bro? How are you feeling? Michael says, they hit the post twice. Ecuador unlucky, but you have to beat Venezuela. No excuses. Yeah, man. Preciado had a great opportunity too. He didn't score. So, you know what I mean? Hitting the post is not an excuse, you know what I mean, for losing. So what we're going to be doing, let's go down to the... Let's not going down to the table. I actually have a nice branded thing here for you, for the table. We're going to take a look at the table right now. Conmebol standings right now after match day 11. Brazil and Argentina should have been in 11 games each, but remember that game was postponed. Really nice graphic here to show you the table right now. Venezuela at the bottom, 7 points. Bolivia second from bottom with 9 points. Chile in 8th position, 10 points. Peru 7th with 11 points. Paraguay 6th with 12 points. And I think the reason why they put it like this is to just indicate that the left side of my screen, the right side of yours, are the teams that are in the positive there. Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Uruguay, and Colombia. So that would do it for Conmebol. What we got to do now is we got to move on to UEFA. Let's go on to UEFA. Definitely move on to UEFA right about now. So, yeah. All right. I know you guys want to see my face again. I haven't shown my face in a long time, though. I've been really putting in the work, though. I've been really putting in the work. I've been live for 3 hours, and we still have a lot to go. We still have a lot to go. How's everybody in the stream doing, man? It's 12:33. I might be here till about 1 o'clock, though. Jeez, so I would understand if some of you guys have to go to bed and, but I have to get this content done, though. Definitely have to get this thing done. Gotta get this thing done. But what we're going to do, we're going to have to do something a bit different, though. We're going to have to do something a bit different. This is very, this is important because there's games coming up very, very soon here. And let's go back here and let's talk about Asia before we talk about Europe. We're going to talk about Europe last to review the games today and then predict the games coming up tomorrow. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We have AFC predictions coming up. Let's go. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, man. And with that being said, look, we're going to be doing something fun. We're going to be doing some polls. Let me end this current poll. Thanks to everybody who liked the video. And we're going to be doing some polls for this, man, because it was difficult for me to come up with predictions. I haven't made any predictions for these games that's coming up. I haven't. I just want to keep it real. We all going to... Let's predict them now. The community will predict these games. Let's go. The community will predict these games. Let's do a fun activity. Let's go up to the October 12th matches here in Asia. And we're going to start with Group A. Japan. Well, no, that's Group B. Group A, Iran versus Korea Republic. So The first poll will be between Iran at home versus Korea Republic. Okay? So everybody in here, you're going to vote. And you're going to vote for your winner, win, or a draw. So I'm going to make the poll right now. And that's the activity that we're going to do for Asia. And then we're going to move on to Europe and call it a day. So, yeah. I take my time, make this poll so I don't make any mistakes. Iran versus Korea Republic. Let's go. The poll is now live. It's now live. So, talk to me, guys. Talk to me. Talk to me. Still a lot of content to go through. But we got to get it done, and we will get it done. I slept already, so I'm good. And thanks to the wife. I got to give big shout-outs to my wife, Tanis, for really being supportive and not, you know what I'm saying, not bitching about me doing these live streams. Just want to put it out there. So the poll is now live. The poll is live. Also, feel free to make your predictions in the chat. And in the meantime, while the poll is live, I'ma just come up with a prediction right about now. I'm gonna make a prediction right now. So yeah, I'm gonna make some predictions. I'm actually gonna make predictions right now as we speak. I'm gonna write down my predictions because I have a pretty good bearing on what the teams are doing and everything. So, you know, I'm gonna make some predictions right now. I don't think these are gonna be the most exciting of games. But you guys won't believe what I have here right now. You won't believe it. Definitely won't believe. But we got some good ones. All right, so what we got here in terms of the poll. 12 votes. If you're in here and you haven't yet voted, let's get the votes up to about 30 votes. Come on, guys, vote up. About 25 votes, man. Let's get the activity going. Vote in the poll, man. Come on, participate. We have Korea Republic in the lead right now. Iran Iran second. Iran losing. So 12 votes. We need more votes than that. Come on, guys. You guys could do better than that. I know you could do better than that. Come on. There's about 40 people in here. Why are we not voting? Why are we not voting? Video James is saying Iran is at home. Doesn't matter if it's empty. Koreans are going to be tired. Iran is also just in better shape so far. Better with a 1-0 win for Iran. South Korea 2-1 to Donovan McCrabb. Vote up, guys. Vote up, man. You guys are watching and you're not voting. Come on, man. Participate in the thing. I bet if I was giving away free money, you would have actually stretched out your hands. You see what I mean? Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Yeah, I am looking at the chat right now. Definitely looking at the chat. So, let me see. What teams do you see lacking from Conmebol that aren't going to Qatar? Chile, Peru, Paraguay, Bolivia, Venezuela, not going. I think I have all the other 5 teams going. You know, so that's to answer that question there. What else we have here? We have 0-0, says Mike. Shiv Prasad. South Korea loses 1-0. Daniel Sanchez. Korea is hungry for the win right now. A boring draw, not gonna lie. We have 17 votes. Guys, let's at least get 3 more votes for the poll. I actually have a 1-1 draw for this one. 1-1 draw for the game between Iran and South Korea. Remember, they have Hwang Hee-chan and Son Heung-min and a couple more Hwangs in the team, and guys like Kim Min-yae in goal. In defense, it's gonna be difficult to beat South Korea as well. It's definitely gonna be hard to beat them. So right now in the table, Iran are top of the group with 9 points. South Korea second on 7 points. And the way things are looking is that these 2 teams are gonna run away with Group A and actually go on to qualify for the World Cup directly. As for the other teams in the group, UAE, Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria are going to scrap it out for that playoff spot. The playoff spot is like wide open, up for grabs. I don't know who's going to take the playoff spot right now. You see what I'm saying? Because my predictions are like all over the place right now after some of the results that we got. So, yeah, I'm going for 1-1 draw here. Let me see what the poll says. 18 votes. You guys are going for Korea Republic here. The majority says Korea Republic. 33% Iran. And 17% says a draw. We're going to end this poll. And we're going to make another poll when we talk about Syria versus Lebanon. So Syria versus Lebanon. We won't go too deep into what the teams did previously, guys. Could easily, find that information. But Syria has 1 point, 2 losses and a draw. And for Lebanon, they got 2 points, 2 draws and a loss. So Lebanon has been quite impressive, though. I have to give it to them. They have been definitely impressive. So Syria versus Lebanon. Let me just make a little poll really quick. Syria, I think this game will be played in Qatar at one of them stadiums in Qatar. So, they're not at home. They don't play games at home. So let me just make this poll really quick. Big up to everybody in the stream once again. A marathon stream. It should have been over though, because I came on late. So Syria versus Lebanon vote. And then we have one more game in this group between UAE and Iraq. So I'll get that one ready pretty soon. So vote in the poll. And we have a vote for Syria already. 2 votes. Vote up, guys. Vote up. Vote up. Next, remember, we have UEFA to talk about. So what are you guys saying right now? Football Ferris saying a 0-0 for the Iran-Korea game. Thank you very much. Dominic, Iran are on a solid run right now. I feel they'll pull off the win. But the thing is, I think it doesn't really matter who wins this game, because those teams will do well against the other teams in the group and go on to actually, qualify. So Mr. Marcia saying, man, Dom, if only the streams didn't start at 3 a.m. It's fine, bro. It's fine. Remember, there's always the replay. You know what I'm saying? The replays are cool to watch. You don't get to participate, but still, it's pretty cool. Joel 81 area says it's 9:41 in California. So the guys that are behind me in Vancouver as well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good for you. You see what I'm saying? So we have liftoff in the poll, and we got 17 votes. Thank you very much for the participation. We have Syria, 53%. Guys, I'm going for another 1-1 draw, to be honest here, because I think, look, this Lebanon team, as much as it's not a very glamorous team, it's a hard team to actually beat. I got to realize it's a difficult team to beat. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to just write them off in terms of them losing every game. Maybe like what Vietnam are struggling with right now. Lebanon are in it, for they could get the playoff spot. They could definitely get the playoff spot. So you never know. Let's see. Let us see. So look, 21 votes, Syria. I'm going for a 1-1 draw. And I'm going to end this poll, and we're going to move on to the next game, which is UAE versus Iraq. So in terms of these teams, as I mentioned, Syria at the bottom with 1 point, Lebanon in 4th with 2 points. So end poll, just a little activity, an activity that for the people in the chat right now. Spice things up a wee bit. And let's make the other poll. UAE, I have a lot more polls to make for Asia. I'm only going to do this for Asia, though. So, UAE versus Iraq. It helps to have, like, multiple devices as well to do what I'm doing. So, I'm on my laptop just making these polls right now. And Iraq, let's go. And I have to add the draw, because it could end in a draw. It's not a final, it's not a knockout game. So that's live. Vote in the poll. My prediction for this one is a 1-1 draw again. 3 1-1 draws. 3 draws in this group tomorrow. Games are going to start very, very early. And I'll be at work. The first game will be 6:14 a.m. my time between Japan and Australia. I will tune into this game and watch this game while I work. So there will be Korea, Republic, Iran will be 9:30. So I'll watch that one too. And the Oman, Vietnam, I don't think I'll watch that one. I might tune into one of the African games that are playing. Or who knows, I might watch 2 games at the same time. And is the game between Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, UAE, and Saudi Arabia versus China coming up a little later at 1 p.m. So what we got in terms of the votes here, we have 42% says Iraq is going to win, 32% says the UAE, 26% say a draw. I'm going for a 1-1 draw here. I'm with the draws. I'm with the draw, guys, okay? Guys, if you haven't yet, smash the thumbs up button. Make sure you do so. I will definitely appreciate you doing that. Smash up the thumbs up button for the live stream, man. You know what I mean? I do appreciate that, man. Okay? Do appreciate that. You guys are the real deal. You know that, right? You know that. Most of my friends, Pharaoh included, thinks UAE will win, but UAE has been sloppy. Their results have been poor. Their players poorer. I think Iraq has a good match with Advocate at the helm. For me, says Shiv Prasad, Iraq winning. Dom, what do you think about the Canada men's team? I did talk about Canada. They've been very impressive, and you know, I think they're looking good. They're looking very good. Lasers, 100 likes. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. Let's get it. Lebanon pulling off a win. Dom, what do you think about the Canada Octagon? You really want to know about Canada, though. You got to watch the replay, though. I talked about Canada already. Go and watch my videos on the Concacaf region. Watch the videos on the Concacaf region and you'll hear what I have to talk about in terms of Canada, though. You see what I'm saying? You know, you're slipping. You're slipping, Shiv. Slipping, okay? So, look. Guys, don't forget to head on over to manscaped.com to get you the Lawnmower 4.0 Performance Package. Your balls would thank you. And let's continue talking about ball here. Let's talk ball. Let's talk ball. And I mean football. You know what I'm saying. Let's talk ball. The votes. Iraq. You guys are going for Iraq. Okay. All right. So with that being said, we're going to move on to Group B. Let me actually, we have the Group B games there. Japan, Australia, Oman, Vietnam, and we have a game here between Saudi Arabia and China. So let's just talk about the Japan-Australia game right now. Both teams opposite spectrum in terms of form. With Australia winning 3-3, Japan winning 1, losing 2. Not drawing 2, you know, losing 2. So Group B is already taking shape. And this is a big game in Group B, where if Japan are to swing things back in their favor, they need to actually pick up a win here against Australia, which is going to be very difficult to do, judging from the way the Australians have been playing. This is very poor from Japan. They have qualified for every World Cup since they made their debut back in 1998, and they are in jeopardy of actually missing this one, seriously missing this one, because if you think about the table, Oman has 3 points, China has 3 points as well. So those teams would have something to say. You see what I mean? Who is to say that Japan won't be poor against the other teams in the group as well? So not even a playoff spot is guaranteed for the Japanese team at this moment. So they need to get their act together, and they come up against an Australian team currently on the record for the most consecutive World Cup qualifiers wins with 11. 11 consecutive wins here for the Aussies. So definitely got to give it to the Australian national team here. And they have been on absolute fire, baby. They have been on fire. Give it up to Australia. You know what I'm saying? Let me make a poll really quick. Japan versus Australia. Japan will be at home. This is key, man. This is key. You at home? This is the game you have to actually pick up the winning. Not play around and draw. You see what I mean? Or lose. You gotta send the message and you gotta beat the Aussies. Okay? But it's not gonna be as easy as that. All right, let's go. The poll is live. Vote in the poll. Let's get at least 25 votes, guys. This is a big game. Vote up in the poll and let me know who you think is going to win this game. I'm actually going for another 1-1 draw. I've gone for 4 1-1 draws in a row. I'm going for a 1-1 draw here. You know what I'm saying? 1-1 draw. Boring. I know. But I think that's exactly what's going to happen. I think that's what's going to happen. So let me know your prediction there. Let me know your predictions. Also in the chat. So we have UEFA to talk about after I'm done. So still a lot of work to be done. We might be here for another half hour after we're done wrapping up Asia. I have time, even though it's going to be late. I'm just going to go upstairs and go straight to bed. You see what I mean? I have work in the morning as well, but it's light work, man. Light work. Light work. I'm going to make it happen. Definitely going to make it happen. So we have a lot of games to predict, man. A lot of games. These games is coming up very fast, and there's a lot. And when I say this is not easy, it's not easy. And I think that's why a lot of people shy away from actually doing this, you know, because it ain't as easy as, you know, you might think. You might say, oh, look at the boy Dom here going live every day. Haha, that must be easy. No, it's not, man. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. So gotta give it up to content creators, especially me. Big up to the boy Football Pharaoh, who has been covering the World Cup qualifiers as well, man. You the real deal, FP. All right, so what does the poll look like? We have 16 votes with Australia. 50% says Australia is going to win. 31% says a draw. 19% says Japan. I'm going to go for a draw. I'm going to play it safe once again and say a draw, okay? And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next game. And the next game is between Oman and Vietnam here. Oman and Vietnam. Guys, I'm actually not going to make a poll for that one. I'm going to end this poll. Look, Oman, I think, is going to win this game. It's going to be a 2-1 win for Oman. Vietnam seems like they do have a lot of goals in them, and they could score the odd goals. But in terms of actually defend these goals, you know, the goals from getting into their own net, it has been very, very difficult for them. So I'm going to go for Oman to pick up their, what would that be, their second win in World Cup qualifying group stages here after losing twice. They did beat Japan, but I'm going to go for them to pick up a win here and move up to 6 points. So if Japan fails to win, they would drop behind Oman, in my opinion. Vietnam could well pick up a point or 3 in this game. I'm not going to, you know, write them off completely, but I fancy Oman, though, who has been, you know, pretty solid despite losing 2 games. They did lose 3-1 to Australia, and they did lose a 0-0 against Saudi Arabia. There was a game between Oman and Nepal here, I'm seeing, September 26th, a friendly. They beat Nepal 7-2. Wow. I didn't actually know that happened. But yeah, man, I'm going for 2-1. What's your predictions, guys? I'll be reading out your predictions right now. Oman 2, Vietnam 0. Oman is winning this one. Let me see. This one is going to end in a draw, says Video Dreams. 2-1 to Japan. They have to win this match. If Japan loses this, holy shit, they're in huge trouble, says Football Pharaoh. Daniel Sanchez. Japan is under a lot of pressure right now. Japan looking for an unlikely win. Let me see. Oman to Qatar, asks Bethel. It's a possibility. They would actually be debutants. I would like a debutant. Dave Valensky in the house. Big up to the boy, Dave Valensky. Appreciate you joining in, man. Nice to see you around these parts. Guys, we need 3 more thumbs up to get to 100. So if you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We'll definitely appreciate that. And with that being said, we move on to the last fixture, guys. China versus Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia versus China at the King Abdullah Sports City Stadium over in Saudi Arabia. My prediction for this one is a 3-0 win for Saudi Arabia. They will manage China very well, and I've been impressed with the Saudi Arabian team. Big up to the boy Hervé Renard, man. He's been doing a damn thing. And just to take a look at the table, let's go down to the table before we move on to Europe and wrap things up today. This is the Group A table. Iran and Korea Republic are running away with their group. So if their game ends in a draw, it would be even better for them, for both those teams, right? They would each move up 10 points and 8 points. If the UAE wins, or let's say one of Lebanon or Syria or even Iraq wins, they would gain ground, but there would still be a big points gap of at least 3 points between Korea Republic and one of those teams. And I think, you know, Iran and Korea Republic will qualify directly to the World Cup from this group here. Still early times. There's still 7 matches to go for each team, so let's not get carried away with the way the table looks right now. And you could get carried away a little with the Iran points tally, but the other teams are still pretty much fighting. Group B, Australia currently topping ahead of Saudi Arabia on goal difference. They are separating themselves from the other teams in the group, but as I said, across 3 games, all this could change. So still pretty early. Australia and Saudi Arabia looks poised to make it back to the World Cup, while Japan would have to struggle to do so. And the thing about Japan, let's say they come in and they go through to the playoffs, right? Let's say Asia, with a possibility they may meet South America this time around, right? Is that how it will be this time around? Because the last time around, Asia for the playoffs did play Concacaf, Australia versus Honduras, and Peru did play against New Zealand. We could see that switch where it could switch anyway. It could be Concacaf versus Conmebol, or it could be Concacaf versus, let me see, OFC. It could be that way too. I don't know. They should let us know who's playing who in terms of the Interconfederation playoffs, though. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. So that'll be it for Asia. And with that being said, we're going to move over to the UEFA World Cup qualifiers and talk about these games, man. And we have games to go through and we have games to predict. A lot of games. October 11th games from groups E, G, H, and J. So that's what we're going to be doing right now, and then we're going to be predicting the other games. But let's do something fun. Just since we're on the last stretch here, let's actually do predictions and reactions at the same time. All right, let's do that. So I'm going to go through each group, talk about the games that were played, and predict the games that are coming up in the groups that didn't have games, if you get what I'm saying. So Group A, there'll be games coming up tomorrow, where Serbia currently on top of the group with a game played more than Portugal. Luxembourg, Portugal is second, Luxembourg third, Republic of Ireland a fourth, and Azerbaijan fifth. You take a look at this table here, guys. How do you think this table will end? That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're going to be taking a look at the table. We're going to be predicting how the group will end and all that good stuff. Who's going to come in first, who's going to come in second, predict the games coming up tomorrow, talk about the games that were played today briefly, because it's a lot. All right, so Serbia and Portugal, I think, are in the running for that top spot. Luxembourg, I think it's going to be a long shot for them to catch up, and I don't think that they will. But it's a possibility because they still have 3 games left. Portugal has 3 games. Serbia has 2 games. And let's say Luxembourg win all 3 of their games. They could get a maximum of 15 points and sneak into the playoffs if Portugal fails to actually win any of their remaining matches, which is very, very unlikely. So it's safe to say that Luxembourg are out, the Republic of Ireland are out, and Azerbaijan are out. It's safe to say that that will actually happen. Not mathematically out, Luxembourg are not mathematically out, but the Republic of Ireland and Azerbaijan are officially out, and we spoke about that before. So Serbia versus Azerbaijan is actually coming up tomorrow. Let's get this game pulled up. The last time they played, Serbia won 2-1, and they will meet tomorrow. I'm going to go for a resounding 3-0 win for Serbia. The rise of Vlahovic, man, he's a boost. He's a boost. Alexander Mitrovic has been playing well too, and they have been doing well. I think they're under Dragan Stojkovic right now, so they're doing the damn thing, man. So Serbia putting a lot of pressure on Portugal, and if you scroll down to the bottom here, and I told you guys about November 14th, I might be doing a lot of, I think I will be doing a lot of watch-alongs on that day. I might do a marathon watch-along day, man, where I do watch-alongs for multiple games at the same time in different pockets. Might do that instead of going like a long live stream, like one big long live stream for like 8 hours. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do them piece. So 3-0 win for Serbia over Azerbaijan. Portugal versus Luxembourg. I'm going to go for Portugal to win the game 2-0. Luxembourg did give them some trouble the last time around, and they have to look out for Sebastian Till of Sheriff Tiraspol and a few other guys who's playing for top clubs across Europe for the Luxembourg national team. So it will still be very, very tight in this group. Serbia will still get a game ahead of Portugal, and it will be a close race in this Group A. For Group A. Portugal did beat Qatar. I think that was a couple days ago. 3-0. Cristiano Ronaldo scored, Jose Font, and I think Andre Silva scored goals. So that would wrap up Group A. And as I mentioned, Portugal, Serbia. Those are the games to act. That's the game to watch. But let's just, before we do move on, briefly, Serbia with that win, I'm predicting, will actually go up to 7 points. Portugal, 17 points. Portugal to 16 points with a game in hand. So Portugal hold aces here. But still, that last game could still be a deciding factor in this group. Take your picks, guys. Portugal or Serbia. And we're going to move on to the next group, Group B, where we also have to make predictions for this group. Spain on top, they won't play because they were involved in the Nations League. Sweden, second with 12 points. They won their last game against Kosovo. Greece, third with 9 points, have 2 wins in their last 2 games as well. They did beat Sweden and they did beat Georgia from, memory. That's what I'm actually talking about. And I think that might have been their last 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that. I like to be right. So they beat Georgia and then they beat Sweden. So really good resurgence here from Greece. So they're putting pressure on Sweden. They will play Sweden and Kosovo will play Georgia. But let's go back up to the group here where Kosovo and Georgia have been officially eliminated. So only 3 teams left for the run-in here: Spain, Sweden, and Greece. The game between Greece and Sweden, this will be played in Solna, Sweden. I'm going for Sweden to win 2-1. It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a close game, but Sweden to win the game 2-1. I think Greece won late against Georgia, so they made hard work of that game against Georgia. I think Sweden is going to be a harder opponent. Kosovo versus Georgia, I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw here. And we have been discussing this group for some time. We have. Sweden would, go up to 15 points if they win against Greece. If Greece do pick up the win against Sweden, it still doesn't really matter because Sweden would only be 1 point behind Spain. So it would still be close, but Greece would actually peek their neck into the situation by getting 12 points and making it very, very difficult, for Sweden or Spain to qualify directly. And if we take a look at the fixtures that are coming up, the game between Sweden and Greece is a big one. This is the revenge game that Sweden aim to get their revenge against Greece for the loss, avenge the loss of last month. I think Sweden should beat Georgia. The Spain-Greece game is also a big game. Greece has to be careful not to slip up against Kosovo as well. And then if all goes well, they would just have to sit back and wait to see what happened in the Spain versus Sweden game, where who knows, maybe they'll be praying for a draw. So I'm not going to get too deep into the permutations for this one. I have done it many times. And I personally think it's going to be between Spain and Sweden. Can't count out Greece. And you can't count out Spain going through the playoffs at all. You see what I mean? Some PTSD type stuff. Along with Italy too, who we're going to talk about right about now. So, Group C, where we also are going to make predictions for this group. We're going to go through each and every group, make predictions, and talk about the games that were played today. Big up to everybody in the chat right about now, man. Appreciate everybody who stuck around for the live streams. Those over in Europe or Asia waking up early, and those over in the west side of Canada and the United States who are on an earlier time zone. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the real deal, man. Thank you very much for the continued support. We have now hit 100 thumbs up. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And talk about support, man. Thanks for Manscaped for the support of the channel as well. Do appreciate that. As you can see the graphic right at the bottom of the screen. Manscaped, your balls would thank you. Precision engineered jewels for your family. Well, tools for your family jewels. Precision engineered jewels. Yeah, I'm talking about the balls, you know what I mean? But anyways, let's continue to talk ball. And Group C, Italy on top with 14 points. Switzerland going to make things very, very tricky here with 11 points with a game coming up to, you know, get on par with Italy on 6 games. Northern Ireland, they're 5th. I think Northern Ireland, they're not yet eliminated, you know. Yeah, they have 3 games left, so they could still sneak into a playoff spot, but it's fair to say that they are done. Bulgaria, pretty much done, but yeah, pretty much over for them. -5 goal difference, pretty much over. Lithuania at the bottom. So, look, we have games between Bulgaria and Northern Ireland. For that game, I'm going to go for Northern Ireland to pick up a win here and go up to 8 points with 6 games played. And I'm going for a 2-1 win for the Irishmen against Bulgaria, who has not looked good. They lost their game against Lithuania. So I'm going to go for Northern Ireland to pick up a win here. And for the next game, the big one between Lithuania and Switzerland. Yeah, it's very big, right? I'm going for Switzerland to win the game 3-0 and match up with Italy on points, 14 points, with an inferior goal difference though. And the game now between Italy and Switzerland that's coming up in November will be a crucial affair. Look at this. Look at this game, right? Next month, Northern Ireland, Lithuania. Northern Ireland should win that game and go up to 11 points, according to your boy Dom. So Switzerland can't afford to drop points because Northern Ireland could creep in. But these games are big. Italy versus Switzerland, Northern Ireland versus Italy is huge. And then Switzerland versus Bulgaria is also a huge one. So none of these teams could afford to slip up. See what I mean? But one of them will slip up because Northern Ireland plays Italy. And if you have to put your money on it, Italy should win that game. So we could count out Northern Ireland right away. We could just say Northern Ireland won't qualify, right, for the playoffs either. So Italy versus Switzerland here. Look, I think Switzerland are going to beat Lithuania. Should beat Lithuania. And then the next game is against Italy. So let's say they beat Lithuania. They go up to 14 points. They play against Italy. It's a must-win game. 1 point would keep these teams equal, which means it may come down to goal difference here because I think Italy will beat Northern Ireland and I think Switzerland will beat Bulgaria. So it's going to be very close in this group here, man. Very, very close. If Switzerland could manage a win against Italy, Italy goes into the playoffs. They go into the playoffs. And it brings us to Group D, where we also have predictions as well. This is Michael's group. He's from Finland, so this is his group. Finland not doing too great right now in the group at all. But France leads the charge with 12 points. Ukraine second with 8 points, picking up their first win against Kazakhstan in their last match. We have, not Kazakhstan, sorry there, Finland. Bosnia did play Kazakhstan. Bosnia third, 6 points, 5 matches played. Finland, 5 points, 5 games played. Kazakhstan, 6 games played, 3 points, and they're out of World Cup qualifiers. So Finland, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Ukraine fighting for that playoff spot here. So in terms of the games and how France will go on to top this group, in my opinion. They should top it, barring a catastrophic meltdown of draws and a few losses next month. You see what I mean? They should end up topping the group. But Kazakhstan versus Finland. Kazakhstan will be at home. I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw, but I do favor Finland coming out on top here. What happened the last time these two teams met? Let's just scroll up and let's find out. Kazakhstan versus Finland here. Finland won the game 1-0. But this time I'm gonna go for a 2-2 draw. But I have a feeling Finland would go on to win that game and go up to 8 points and make things really tricky in this group. Ukraine versus Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm gonna go for a 1-1 draw. You see? This is all we have left in Europe in terms of the matches. This is all. These groups are winding down. They'll be done in November for sure. France should beat Kazakhstan, and the game against France and Finland will be a very, very good one. Could Finland pull off a shock home win? Let's see. Or even a draw would do good for them. But the game between Bosnia and Ukraine here could be a potential final for that playoff spot. They play tomorrow, and then they play again on the 16th of November. So good luck to all the teams. My prediction, draw, a 1-1 draw. And look, the next group, Group E, we have games to talk about. Belgium did not play because Belgium actually featured in the Nations League, so they didn't play any games this month. But what's interesting about Belgium is that they could actually qualify for the World Cup without actually kicking a ball this month, okay? So as you guys can see here, this group, Group E, has 5 teams, which means each team will play 8 matches. The Czech Republic can no longer catch Belgium, but Wales are the only team that could catch Belgium. They have 2 matches left. If they win both their games, they would go up to 17 points, which is only 1 above Belgium, right? Estonia and Belarus are out. Wales are currently in the playoffs via the Nations League cushion, right? So just make that clear. They're third, but they're in the playoffs right now. The Czech Republic will also be in the playoffs if they come in third because of their rankings in the Nations League playoffs as well. And let's take a look at the games that were played, and let's just go through the details of these games really, really quick. We won't spend super long on these games right here. Wales 1, Estonia 0. And let me actually pull up another page here so that I could get my goals and things, and I don't want to move away from I don't want to navigate too much away from this, you know. So Wales 1, Estonia 0, and Kiefer Moore with a goal in the 12th minute. And this is a critical win for Wales because they have been messing around, where they drew to Estonia last month and they drew to the Czech Republic last month as well, which was, you know, well, this month that was a thrilling game with Dan James scoring the equalizer, Danny Ward with that comical own goal. But Wales, they will be in the playoffs, and they could make their first appearance at the World Cup since 1958. You know, so that's a little tidbit for you right there. So the next game played, Czech Republic 2, Belarus 0. Oh, I clicked it. Patrick Schick in the 22nd minute and Adam Hložek, very talented youngster, in the 65th minute. I didn't actually see the Hložek goal, so that is something I actually have to go and check out again. The Adam Hložek, his goal. So let me just go back here. We still have a lot to go through, right? We still have a lot to go through. But these were the only 2 games played in this group, and that is how the group stands right now. We have, let me just click this right here and see what goes on. That is it for the October fixtures. We only have 4 matches left. Wales, so Belgium won't qualify for the World Cup in October. They will actually have to play to qualify. They will beat Estonia, and when they do so on the 13th of November, they will officially clinch their place at the 2022 World Cup. And the Czech Republic and Wales would have to scrap it out for, the positions in the group. But both teams will definitely go on to make the playoffs. Yeah, that was a little bit easier to deal with, right? Group F, where we do have predictions coming up. Denmark on top the group will qualify with a win tomorrow if they manage to beat Austria. And interestingly, Austria, even though they are 4th in this group, will make the playoffs via the Nations League rankings as well. I don't know why I clicked on the Austrian thing, but I have to double check the Nations League for UEFA World Cup qualifying really quick to make sure I'm 100% right in terms of the Nations League overall rankings of the winning teams there. So let me just get that straight. Wales and Austria are currently occupying those spots, while for the Czech Republic, they're next in line. So I am right with that one. Definitely right with that one. So beautiful, beautiful. Albania, who are also in the list, but they are occupying a 2nd place spot in their group, and we will get to that very, very soon. So a lot of groups to go through still. We getting there. We getting there. Patience is key. Patience is definitely key. Group F, Denmark, they could qualify tomorrow. Scotland are 2nd. They have been very impressive, and they only have they do have 3 games left. They do have 3 games left. 10 games in this group. They do have 3 games left. So they're 14th. They have 14 points and still a long way to go. Because you slip up, you could get passed by Israel, and you could get passed by Austria, where they won't need that other playoff spot anymore. Faroe Islands, pretty sure that the Faroe Islands won't make it. They could still get 9 more points and go up to 13 points, and which means that they are out. The Faroe Islands are out. Moldova are out. Austria in the playoff via the Nations League. So it's between Israel and Scotland for that playoff spot. They can't catch none of these teams are going to catch Denmark, in my opinion. Look, Scotland could do so. Scotland are the only team that could actually do so. They could get a maximum of 23 points, but they're not going to get 23. Who knows? Maybe they'll get 23 points, but I'm pretty sure that Denmark will get more than 23 points. Or who knows? You never know. Maybe a meltdown pending. That'll be a crazy, crazy thing if that happens, though. But let's just take a look at the fixtures really quick. Denmark, I know, do play Austria tomorrow. What happened the last time Denmark played Austria? Ended in a 4-0 win on the road to Denmark. So I'm going to actually go in with a 2-0 win at home in Copenhagen for Denmark for this fixture, though. And they will qualify for the World Cup tomorrow. So look out for my video of, hey, Denmark have qualified for the World Cup. And that video will do some crazy numbers. Just want to put it out there. The Danes are very, very passionate about their team, and they will be happy to make the World Cup once again. So I'm going to go for 2-0 to Denmark over Austria. Israel versus Moldova, 4-0. Aaron Zahavi, hat-trick. He's going to score a hat-trick against Moldova. I could guarantee it. Definitely guarantee it. Scotland versus the Faroe Islands. Scotland to pick up a win and go up to 17 points here. Israel in hot pursuit. They would, definitely need to win and win big. What's coming up in November? Moldova, Scotland. Scotland should win that game. Faroe Islands, Denmark. Denmark should win if they don't mess around and play a second string team, but they should qualify by then. Austria versus Israel would be a big one. Israel, I know they could beat Austria, but I think Scotland are going to get that playoff spot. But Scotland do play Denmark where they may lose that game. But who knows? At home, they're pretty good. They're pretty good at home. So the other games are pretty much, Israel should beat the Faroe Islands. Austria should beat Moldova. Denmark and Scotland, Denmark should qualify directly. Scotland should go through to the playoffs in this group, along with Austria via the Nations League. And the last group I have to predict is Group I. But before I do so, we have games from Group G. The Netherlands picked up a big win today, and they stay on top of the table with 2 matches left in November. But the crazy thing is, Norway are in hot pursuit. Turkey are also in hot pursuit. Montenegro, they won't be able to qualify because they have a 0 goal difference. Norway have a +9, and Montenegro could only get a maximum of 6 points to go up to 17. And Montenegro out, Latvia out, Gibraltar out. Okay, so just to touch on the result for today. Touch on the results, and we're gonna I'll let you know the goal scorers for these games as well. So just to touch on the result: Netherlands 6, Gibraltar 0. What was my prediction for this game though? I have to go back and find my prediction. I think I did predict 7. Let me see. 6-0. Wow, I got my prediction absolutely spot on here. I feel good about that. I feel really, really good about that. Spot on predictions, man. Van Dijk in the 9th minute. Memphis Depay did get a penalty saved, but Depay scored in the 21st and scored a penalty as well in the 3rd minute of the first half extra time. Denzel Dumfries with a close range header in the 48th. Arnaut Danjuma in the 75th. It's fair to say that Gibraltar are not qualifying. Big up to the boy Arnaut Danjuma, playing well for Villarreal this season. And Daniel Malin done it well by scoring in the 86th minute, set up by Memphis Depay, who does have some sort of record. I will share that with you tomorrow. I'm not going into anything else in terms of tidbits for today. Big win for the Dutch. It will help their cause in terms of goal difference, which is now a +23. They have 19 points with 2 matches left to play. I will go into the permutations just now. Let me talk about the game between Norway and Montenegro. Norway 2, courtesy of goals from Mohamed Elianusi. A header in the 29th minute and a goal smashed in the 6th minute of second half extra time to give Norway a resounding 2-0 victory. Marko Veskovic was sent off in the 94th minute for Montenegro. So Montenegro, it's fair to say that they won't qualify at all. And the other game, very controversial game between Latvia and Turkey. Latvia scored first. Meri Demiral own goal in the 78th minute, and then Serdar Dursun in the 75th minute. Very good goal. An emphatic goal there in a celebration. He ran into a fellow player as well. And then a Burak Yilmaz penalty in the 9th minute of extra time to give Stefan Kuntz and his boys a big 2-1 win after picking up that draw in their last game against Norway on home soil. So for Turkey, they will play Gibraltar next. They should beat Gibraltar and they should beat Montenegro. That's the crazy thing about this group. That is the crazy thing about this group. This group is shaping up very, very nicely. Let's go down here and let's just take a look at the fixtures right now. Let's take a look at the fixtures. This is cool. Look, let's take a look at the games right there, right? 6-0, 2-0, 2-1. But in terms of the November fixtures, Norway versus Latvia. Norway should beat Latvia, right? Norway should beat Latvia. Turkey should beat Gibraltar. So these teams are going to go up. The Netherlands versus Montenegro. The Dutch has to win. They cannot play around with Montenegro. Louis van Gaal won't be playing any games. They gotta beat Montenegro. It could be a tricky fixture, but they have to go and execute and come out with a win. Not a draw. A draw draw could be good, but a draw would set up a potential playoff between them and Norway. It could still be a potential playoff between them and Norway. But the Dutch needs to win against Montenegro. What happened the last time those two teams met? 4-0 win for the Dutch. So they should beat Montenegro. They should. But football is a funny game and anything could actually happen. Norway should beat Latvia, but we know Latvia should be a gritty team. You know what I mean? So, but look. Let's say Norway beat Latvia. Turkey beat Gibraltar, of course. The Netherlands beat Montenegro. It would actually be, let me go back and just take a look at the group really quick. It would be Netherlands on 22 points, Norway on 20, and Turkey on 18. And if that's the case, to go into the last match day, well, Latvia, Gibraltar, that's a dead rubber. Turkey, regardless to if, well, look, no. Turkey would need to beat Montenegro. If Turkey beats Montenegro, Turkey would go up to 21 points. And they would need the Netherlands to beat Norway. If the Netherlands beat Norway in that situation, Norway would get stuck on 20 points. And Turkey, with a win over Montenegro, would go into the playoffs on 21 points. Right? But let us say a situation arises where the Netherlands draw their game against, let's say, Montenegro, and they are on 20 points, right? They're on 20 points. Norway win their next game. Let's say Norway win their next game. Of course, they play Latvia. They're also on 20 points. And then the game between Netherlands and Norway end in a draw. The Netherlands would actually go up to 21 points. Norway would go up to 21 points. But the Netherlands have a plus 23 goal difference. And there's also a situation, as you guys know, where Turkey can finish on 21 points. So it could be 21 points all across the board. And if that has to happen, Turkey would be the one missing out on goal difference if the thing remains the same. So right about now, it seems like it's Netherlands to top the group, Norway to come in second, and Turkey missing out. Or maybe Turkey sneaking in, coming in second. All right, but it's going to be very confusing. We're going to move right on to Group H, where we had matches today. And I do have Group I to predict some games, and that'll be the last prediction for today's episode. And we'll wrap things up as well. So Russia on top with 19 points with their 2-1 win over Slovenia. Slovakia held Croatia to a 2-2 draw. And very good game. I watched that game. I watched both those games. Croatia very unlucky not to score. Offside goal there. Almost got the win. So as I mentioned, Croatia would go through to the playoffs. And it seems like it could happen. But Slovakia, they are out. They're out. 2 matches left. They cannot catch Croatia. Slovenia out as well. This is sad. This is sad stuff. Slovakia, Slovenia, Malta, and Cyprus are out of World Cup qualifiers. Croatia and Russia will finish top 2. One of them will finish top 2. Which brings us down here. But before we do, we got to talk about the games, right? Russia 2, Slovenia 1. And this is a road game for Russia. Igor Diviev in the 28th minute. And then a bicycle kick by Georgi Zhikia in the 32nd minute. Josip Ilicic in the 40th minute. It ended 2-1 in favor of Russia. I think Slovenia may have scored, if I'm not mistaken. I could remember something happening and the goal was chalked off, I think. Yeah, I think that actually happened in this game too. You know what I mean? So, very dramatic stuff. And that's why VAR is important. The game between Croatia and Slovakia ended 2-2. That was a home game for Croatia in Osijek. Surprising that they didn't actually win that game. They usually do well on home soil. Ivan Šranc in the 20th minute for Slovakia. And then Andre Kramaric in the 25th minute to equalize almost immediately. but a lot of space was left for Lukáš Haraslin to put Slovakia ahead. But Luka Modric, with his brilliance, scored a free kick in the 71st minute. Croatia did score another goal, but it was chalked off by VAR for offside. So it's between Russia and Croatia. Should I even talk about the game? Malta-Cyprus? Yeah. Malta 2, Cyprus 2 in this game. Fatios Poupulis scored in the 6th minute. Then we had a goal by Zach Muscat in the 53rd from Malta. Pieros Sotieru in the 88th minute for Cyprus. But last minute settings by Jurgen Degabriele. 98th minute goal to give Malta the point there. And Malta stay ahead of Cyprus on goal difference. Both teams eliminated. Slovenia, Slovakia eliminated. I actually didn't even realize that while watching the game, you know, because I would have seen the despair on the player's face. And as I mentioned, man, when you're there, you know, having your, you know, your beautiful wife walk around the kitchen and you're watching 2-3 games at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Big up to Dave Volensky. Why is Bosnia always hurting Slovenia? Why are they always hurting Slovenia? LOL. And this is apparently, you know, from about 19 minutes ago. I didn't read this one. Thank you very much. Big up to everybody in the stream right about now. And the reason why I didn't revert to the chat is because I want to get through this, man. I've been live for a while. 4 hours. God damn, this has been the longest one. I'm OD. I OD today. 4 hours? This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is ridiculous. We got to wrap things up. But the big game here in this group, forget about all these other games here, right? The big game will be the Croatia-Russian game. But Croatia has to do the business against Malta, and Russia has to also do the business against Cyprus. Something I think both teams will do. And Croatia versus Russia in Split at the Stadion Puljud would be a big game if Croatia manages to pick up a win, if they do beat Malta, which I think they will do, and if Russia beats Cyprus, Croatia will finish above Russia in the group. I do have Croatia going through to the playoffs and qualify for the World Cup via the playoffs. You don't want to meet Croatia in the playoffs. You don't. And I could see it happening by the game ending in a draw. Maybe Croatia won't lose the game, but it could end in a draw and Russia could sneak and qualify directly for the World Cup, where they will be representing themselves as the Russian Football Federation and not the country Russia with the flag, because they have been banned from the event. We still have 2 more groups to go through, and we have predictions for this group coming up. England on top the group with 19 points, 3 games left. Albania, they have 7 games, 15 points. If England win their game and go up to 22 points and Albania lose their game, it means that Albania won't be able to catch England, right? If Poland win their game and go up to 17 points, it means that Poland will be able to catch England by 1 point, because England, you know, Poland would be able to only get a maximum of 23 points. So it's safe to say England will qualify from this group, right, guys? Hungary, they're not, let me see, 6. They're not out yet. They could still get into the playoffs, but they're out. They're out. They're not getting in. They're not getting in. And Andorra, San Marino, of course, they're out. The game between Andorra and San Marino, I'm going to go for a 2-1 win. What happened in the last time they played? Let me see. Last time they played, Andorra. Well, Andorra won. And I'm going for Andorra to win again, 2-1. Okay, I didn't actually look at that last result. Not like I actually remembered. But, yeah. 2-1 win here for Andorra, in my opinion, on the road. Albania versus Poland. I'm going to go for Poland to win it. 2-1. Crunch match. Poland needs to get into the playoffs. But I won't write off Albania totally because, listen, Armando Broja has been on absolute fire. So I won't write off Albania beating Poland and pipping them to that playoff spot. And the game between England and Hungary, I'm gonna go for England to beat Hungary 3-0. 3-0. Nothing for Hungary here. And if you guys haven't realized, Hungary's fortunes have been on the down since the whole racism thing hit the team. Right? So it tells you not to be racist. That's all it's telling you there. Don't be racist. Don't be a racist. It doesn't pay at all. Doesn't pay. Definitely doesn't pay. So also, guys, if you're not following me on Twitter, make sure you check me out at Dominic Rich FC. I did take some time to make some fresh graphics for the whole Manscaped thing. You know, don't forget to visit manscaped.com. Get 20% off by using Dominic Rich. Wide assortment of personal grooming items. Your balls would thank you. Right? So that's my prediction for the matches in that group. And we will move on to the final group. Congratulations to Germany. Bravo. Germany have qualified for the World Cup. 8 matches played, 1 loss. Suffered by the hands of North Macedonia under Joachim Löw. Now under Hansi Flick, the Germans inflicted and avenged their loss by beating North Macedonia 4-0. Pretty good stuff if you ask me. Hansi Flick, man, he's doing the damn thing. Germany, squeaky clean record under Hansi Flick. I think they've been like a perfect record, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even think they've conceded any goals on the Hansi Flick so far. Let me just double check this. Germany 4, North Macedonia 0. Yeah, they have. Romania, yeah, they have. But it's still, they've won every game. They've won every game. Kai Havertz in the 50th minute. They did wait late in the second half. Timo Werner with a brace in the 70th and 73rd. And Jamal Musiala set up by a fellow youngster. I think it's Karim Adeyemi set him up. And Florian Wirtz was involved in one of those Werner goals as well. The German team is looking really good, man. I'm telling you. I like the prospects of a young Havertz. You see what I'm saying? Gnabry is still pretty youthful. You see, and they have a few guys coming through, like a Musiala, Florian Neuhaus. You have Karim Adeyemi and a Florian Wirtz. You know what I'm saying? Bright future. Still Marco Royce still around, and Matthias Ginter still around. Leroy Sané was on the bench in this game. And Germany, man. Germany. When we thought that they could have actually fluffed this easy-ass group, this group is the easiest group of all groups across all World Cup qualifiers in all confederations. This is the easiest group, to be honest. And Germany lost to North Macedonia, who has to be, to be fair, they've been good. And we could have seen a situation where they miss out on the World Cup or go into the playoffs. But nah, Germany have avoided all that nonsense talk. All those thoughts has been cancelled out. And they will be at Qatar 2022. So they could start camping up over there, getting used to the conditions, because they will be there. Players have to start playing their hearts out and trying to stay fit to make the World Cup next year as well, where next season will break November. In November, I think around November 13 for the Premier League. The leagues would start a bit earlier, break in November, and come back late December for the club football. 2022 will be a hell of a year in terms of international football, in terms of world football. And God spare my life. I hope I'm there to witness it. And things are going to be lit. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully by then I'll have 1 million subs. I'm just kidding though. That ain't going to happen. But never say never though. Never say never. So well done by Germany there. Well done. Well done. Well done. Let's just go down to the games here. But before we do, who could get into the playoffs from this group? Romania, 13 points. North Macedonia, 12 points. Armenia, 12 points. Look, Iceland could still sneak in, but it ain't going to happen. So you could say Iceland and Liechtenstein are out of this group, out of the World Cup qualifiers. North Macedonia, Romania, and Armenia would scrap it out. We will get to these fixtures very, very soon to discuss these things, okay? Right? We got to discuss these things. But let's talk about these games first. Germany 4, North Macedonia 0. Germany qualifying for the World Cup. I made a whole separate video talking about that one. So make sure you go and you check it out. Also, something that I've noticed is that North Macedonia have changed managers. Igor Angelovsky is no longer in charge. I think Igor is his name. And now Bobby Milevsky is in charge. And I didn't know that this happened. All right, I'll touch on it in another episode, though. I don't want to go too deep down a rabbit hole right about now. I just want to wrap things up and go to sleep. I have a long day tomorrow again where I have to come back and do this once again. Romania 1, Armenia 0. Alexandru Mitrita, I think he plays for NYCFC. And the ball head bandit put it in the back of the net. Really good goal to sink the hearts of Armenians all across the globe. Look, Armenia, it has been a valiant effort for you. A draw would have been ideal in this situation. Wasn't able to pick it up, but they are not yet out. Iceland completely smashed Liechtenstein 4-0 with goals from Stefan. Damn, I can't say that damn freaking letter, man. What is that? Forderson or whatever in the 19th minute. Albert Gudmonsen in the 35th and 79th minute, and Andrew Gudjansson in the 89th minute. Martin Marxe was sent off for Liechtenstein in the 63rd minute. And I think that's it for the games, right? That's it for the games. In terms of permutations, Armenia, North Macedonia, big game, big game. Whoever wins that one would put themselves in a stronger position to qualify or for the playoffs, right? Romania versus Iceland. I don't think Iceland are going to be a pushover. That one will be good as well. And then you have Germany should beat Liechtenstein. Germany against Armenia. Armenia, man, playing Germany is not a good one. But it will be a final game at home in World Cup qualifiers, potentially, where you can pull off an upset against a German team that would actually rotate, and maybe you could do something. You see what I'm saying? Look, Romania, Liechtenstein. Romania should beat Liechtenstein. Let's say Romania pick up 4 points here from these games. Romania would actually go up to 17 points. For North Macedonia, for them, it's going to be difficult. They play Iceland and they play Armenia. They may drop points, or who knows, they could pick up 6. But let's say they pick up 6 points here, they will go up to 18 points, and they will go above Romania if Romania pick up 4. So it's going to be very tight. I think Armenia will drop out the race simply because they play against Germany. Germany not going to lose that game. I don't think they're even going to draw the game, and a draw might not be good enough for Armenia. So it's between North Macedonia and Romania. Romania could make a comeback to the World Cup, where in the 1998 World Cup, the entire team dyed their hair blonde. And that's a very, very, monumental moment in World Cup history. So big up to everybody in the chat right about now. Ivan, damn, you're up. Always grinding. Yeah, man, just finishing off some things. Big up to Zachary, Dave Valensky. Thank you very much for the 199 super chat. Yeah, Iceland has been disappointing, but it seems like lately they have pulled things back together. Definitely pulled things back together. And they're looking like they're old, gritty, determined selves. And I think it's because of some changes in the FA. Football Pharaoh, do you know that the Icelandic FA, the KSI, is now ran by a female, the first female to actually do so in Iceland and across Europe. So the football follower, Romania they have Iceland and Liechtenstein left. Football Pharaoh is also predicting Romania to come in second. So that'll be it. That's it for Europe. And we have done it. You see Qatar. Let's see if Qatar plays tomorrow. Qatar will play the Republic of Ireland tomorrow. So good luck. Qatar has been losing a lot of games though. And just to talk about Qatar really quick. Just to add the last thing to finish off today's episode. Qatar, in my humble opinion, are going to pull a South Africa here next year. They were so promising after winning the Asian Cup. They looked good in the Copa America. They looked okay at the groups, you know, in the group stages of the Gold Cup, but they always had this suspect thing about them. And then they want to push their heads over in UEFA, and they're getting really, really exposed right now. They're getting exposed. And the fact that Qatar will be in pot 1, right? It kind of give them better opponents. One from pot 2, one from pot 3, one from pot 4, right? But the thing is, what if you end up, let's say you end up getting, you're going to get a European team in the group. And let's say you end up getting 2 European teams in the group. Let's just say that. Like a lower ranked team get into the pot 3 and actually, you see what I'm saying? I think Europe are the only team that are allowed to have 2 teams in the same confederation in the same group, right? If I'm not mistaken, guys, just to refresh. I think that's what it is, right? Right, guys? Talk to me, right? Football Pharaoh, right? I'm running blank right now. It's late. I think that's what it is. Qatar they're not getting out the group. They're not getting out the group. They're not. You see what I'm saying? Because they can't meet a team from Asia. They're going to most likely meet a team from South America. They're going to meet a team from South America. They're going to meet a team from Europe. And if they may meet an African and a team from Concacaf. And they're guaranteed, let's say they beat the African team or draw, or they beat the Concacaf team, whichever team it is. The European team and the Conmebol team, it's going to be really difficult. Or 2 European teams, going to be difficult to beat. Qatar will have to play out of their skins. Felix Bas Sanchez and his boys, they have a tall task ahead of them as hosts, controversial hosts at that. And I don't think they'll emulate what Russia did. Qatar, group stage exit. Before, I was bullish on Qatar, but what I've seen lately, I don't know what has gotten into this team, man. I really don't know. Maybe they need a rethink. Okay? So, yeah, that's my thoughts. With that being said, guys, that'll be it for today's episode. 4 hours, 15 minutes. It's been the longest live stream I've done in a very, very long time. My wife's probably be like, I don't know what's going on with you and why you know what I mean? You're not upstairs. You're streaming for 4 hours and things like that. I don't think she's doing that, though. She's fine. You see what I'm saying? She's fine. So, look, guys, from your boy Dom. It's been long. God damn, it's like 2 live streams in one. But I'm glad that I've done the live stream without any incident, though. Like it did, like, yeah, I did kind of messed up and bump myself out of the live stream momentarily. But still, big up to Nelly Mazari. Big up to Nelu. I said Nelly. Why did I say Nelly? Nelu Mazari on Twitter for dropping a $5 super chat there. I do appreciate that, man. You know what I mean? Much love, much respect to everybody, man. Michael says, same, that'll be a perfect group for the U.S., but let's see if we qualify. Yeah, Michael, Finland fan, U.S. fan as well. I think Michael has links to both countries. So, guys, with that being said, man, you know, just to close things off for today's episode, I'd like to say thanks again. Big thanks. Big thanks to Manscaped. Big thanks for jumping on board. Guys, head on over to manscaped.com for all your personal grooming needs. Just head on over to the website. Check it out. You know, Christmas is coming up. Birthdays for relatives and friends is coming up. And if you want a great birthday idea for male or female, they do have female products. Check out Manscaped, man. And just from personal experience of using the product, guys, I give it 2 thumbs up, man. It was indeed my best below the waist grooming experience ever. Because in the past, I'm telling you, first of all, as I mentioned, if you guys have saw my little ad that I put together, I used to use the shaver that I use for my head and face. Yeah, down there too, which is quite nasty. I know, but it's mine. Okay? But with this designated shaver, It was smooth sailing. It was comfortable. And with the ceramic blade, I wasn't really worrying about cutting myself. I actually tried to cut myself with it. I honestly did. I was like, let me see if I'm going to nick myself. Smooth. I was like, God damn. God damn. There was a ray coming through the roof of my bathroom because it does have a transparent roof. And a ray of light just shined down. And I was like, God damn. I feel blessed right now. So guys, you could feel like I feel, you know, as well. So check out manscaped.com. Use the code Dominic Rich to get yourself 20% off your orders. Your balls would thank you. Oh, your father's balls, your brothers, your friends would thank you. Okay? Guys, we are adults in here, man. We are adults. You see what I'm saying? We got to talk about the uncomfortable things as well. Okay? Thank you very much. So with that being said, from your boy Dom, until next time. And look, Nelu M is saying Manscaped are the best. Nelu M knows what it is. Nelu, bro, if you need to upgrade to a 4.0, a lawnmower 4.0, use my code upgrade. And since you think it's really good, you could buy a gift for a family member. Christmas is coming up. Big up to everybody, man. Big up to everybody. So, look, Marcel Van Hermert, thank you very much for coming through as well. And Mike, everybody, man. Ivan, Football Pharaoh, Nelu, AD, Daniel Sanchez, everybody in here, man. Big up, guys. Big up, big up, big up, big up to Ivan, who says sold, getting one right now. Bro, I'm telling you this, bro. Trust me, you're going to love it. I have the pack. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I got the package right here. Give me 1 second. I got the package right here. I could show you guys the package. Not my package, but you get what I'm saying. All right? Let me get it out the box first. Come on, get it out the freaking box first. Come on. I don't know why I put it back in the box like that, you know. And guys, this is the package. This is how it comes. And you would actually see a whole package here. You get a crop preserver, which would help you with, you know, when you sit down at your desk at work all day, you know, when you bathe in the morning, you just lather some on the jewels. And there's, you know, also a crop reviver as well. It helps to keep the area fresh. There's wireless charging as well, which is great. And then there's, you know, these things, you know, come with shavers all the time. I did use them as well. And there's also, with the package, there's also a free traveling bag. There's a boxer. And I even got a t-shirt, a Manscaped t-shirt that I will wear in the future. And this is the Lawnmower 4.0. This is the Lawnmower 4.0. Let me bring this a little closer. See? Very neat. It has a light. Very quiet. Very efficient. I was so impressed with this. And there's an indicator to tell you how much battery life is actually left in the shaver. The light is, I like the light because you know it gets dark down there. You know what I'm saying? You know it gets dark. You know it gets dark. So, yeah. Happy to be a part of the Manscaped team going forward. And, you know what I mean? I'm just doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? It's great, man. Hard work do pay off. And it would need the support of you guys. Definitely. Definitely would need your support. Because if there's your support, they would say, hey man, this guy knows what he's doing. And then it'll be better for the channel. You see what I mean? Maybe I'll be able to upgrade my lens in the future. 4K, who knows? Maybe I'll be able to upgrade the back of the wall in the future. Who knows? You know what I mean? Possibilities could be endless. Or I'll be compensated for all the time, the 4-hour and 3-hour live streams that I've done in the past. So, yes, it is waterproof as well, Joel 801 area. It is waterproof. If you guys need more information on this, I have more information. It is waterproof. You guys could check out my video. Check out the video on the Concacaf region that I did yesterday, day before yesterday, and I did drop a nice little ad there. And I will be enlightening you more on this product going forward. You see what I'm saying? Yesterday was actually the first day that I launched the whole campaign. So there's many more days left to go. So look, thank you very much to everybody, man. Go check it out. Go check out manscaped.com. Just head on over to the website. Check it out. You see what I'm saying? Check it out. And look, I just want to say something. I don't mean to be long, but guys, as men, we have to treat ourselves, and we don't treat ourselves properly. We really don't take care of ourselves properly. The women are always the ones who are grooming and keeping, and we are always like all over the place. We gotta make changes, okay? And those changes could start with Manscaped. All right, guys. So from your boy Dom, thanks again. Until next time, peace out. Rich Squad. Peace.